All right. Good morning. Gonna get going now. Actually, gonna do some stuff on the phone real quick, and then we'll get going. There we go. Let's plug that in. All right. Good morning. Oh, and happy Friday. A different setup for the camera today. You're up there instead of over there, and now you're looking down upon me. Tis my place. That and we're doing a little bit different with the. I forgot today and ended up leaving a little test thing going. I think a VBR using the hardware settings for the output here. I did not mean to leave the Apple VT H.264 hardware encoder on. In the past, and when I say past, I mean like a year and a half ago, um, this was an issue. But we'll see. We'll see. That, and I am still using Starlink. That has not changed since yesterday. So we will get some dropped frames occasionally. So, in fact, I might just start the recording and upload that as a VOD because the drops have been messing things up. I'm gonna try with the recording. We'll see how that goes. All right, it's on. Our CPU usage is unnervingly low. All right. However, we did end up yesterday where we were trying to get some properties set up in this, and last night I went through and just tossed a whole bunch on here. Where am I? Hey, 715209. Good morning. There we go. Now, this is not the M1 Mac. No, I'm actually fairly certain I'm not going to upgrade to the M1 Mac. This is probably going to be the last set of the last Mac that I have here. I'm more likely to go for a desktop, some beefy desktop, than the M1 Mac. So, and then if I wanted a laptop, I would just, terminal into it. So let's see, we're going to go into Flexbox. And last night I stamped out just a boatload of these things. So we have Flexbox. This has a style element. Okay, now inside of there we did set up the register width. Past the register width, we have each and every property on that style represented here. And I did go back and separate them into the UI into different places. And morning, Jemmett. I missed that. Why? Oh, is that from yesterday? The chat's paused. There we go. So there are just a lot of these over and over and over again. So all the properties defined, except for one. 7529. There we go. Yes, good morning. Oh man. Oh, holy cow, there's a Java update available. Computer restart is not required. Um, Fine. Install the update. I don't care. Look at that, Starlink. I never would have had a download speed like that before. Thank you, Starlink. Uh, okay. I don't really know if I'm going to implement the aspect ratio one. We can. I do stream over Starlink. Yes. Yes, I do. And it mostly works. Good morning, Tazo. My previous connection cost twice as much and was 4 megabit up and down with more latency. So Starlink is cheaper, faster, and with more frames dropped. So hopefully that gets better. I expect it will. But Tadzo, I'm also out in the middle of nowhere, so I live out with the bears. And this morning, the frames they're not doing so bad. And we'll see if we can get a little thing that you can kind of see. Yeah, through the crack of my phone. Not too many drops so far. Latency's pretty good. Yeah, we hit 67 megabit per second on that Java download. So the stream not brought to you by Starlink via funding. Well, whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean if you have a 10 megabit per second, right? Why change? The only reason you would change is if you needed a better latency, in your day trading, or you needed more than the 50, right? So past this, I've got a lot of functions that are almost identical, right? We've got a lot of functions that are these enum things, and we have setters and getters. They represent these values via um, I64s. So I was thinking that it would be nice to create a little macro for this. So we might try that. Because most of this is the same over and over and over again. Now, let me show you what it looks like inside of Godot. Inside of Godot, we've got our Flexbox thing. It's grouped into two sections, CSS properties and Flex properties. I'm a web dev, and I saw that these were all listed under Flex, and I'm like, no, that's there's some values here. This should be able to go to like 10. You can go beyond, yeah. But the slider here is really just from 0 to 4. Same thing for shrink. That, and we have these interesting values here. Let me show you in CSS. So here we've got these parsable values, and I'm not much of a fan of how this has come out. If we delete this, You see it's XY, and you can provide undefined auto, the pixels. Oh, interesting, I said PX, but it's really, in our case, these are meters. So we could say 1 meter, auto, right? Because we defined our own scale. No. Oh, you know what? Where's ¿Dónde está my key? Let's swap these out. Ooh, that's not too bad. Oh, good. And due to the stream recording, my hard disk will be full in 55 hours. 43 hours. 55. Should last me today. So I was thinking it would be nice that if we didn't actually set these, that they would be unset here. So there's two things. I want to use the macros, and then we want those to be optional. Let's see. I think we can define a macro here. Macro rules. Oh my goodness, this has been forever. Oh, good. That got pulled in. Oh, I'm curious. It's fine. Let's give this a search. We want macro rules. There we go. Match. Okay, remember that stuff. Token frag spec. There we go. So you give it a name, your parameter list, the body. And if you have multiple bodies, you can comma separate them. Let's see, this is enum property. Hmm. Yeah. Do I? Oh, that's a macro. Macro rules. It's a bit of a macro itself. Okay. Property enum. Now, what do we want to pass in? What is different between these? Let's say we don't have an example on screen. Here's set display. Here's set position type. These are both. Let's move this up. Okay. I think that, see, we have this list, we have 0, 1, etc. I think we can count these, so we don't have to provide the numbers, or maybe we do. We could be explicit about the numbers. So we're going to take the name, and what is this? This is an ident. And then we'll take a list of things here. That'll then feed into the body, which is there. Now, what are we going to take inside of here? Now that macro rules identifier, macro rules stuff. Yes, you can specify, do you want brackets? What kind do you want? Then the macro rules, optional, macro rule, matcher. Say that one's a literal or a value, $sign value. And then one of those. Now this, so we would look into doing something like this. Property enum, no, like so. And we would have display. And do we want curly braces? So we do curly braces there. And basically have this. And then have that generate this whole section. I thought that there was a token speech directly matched after matching a TT fragment. Foo or meta variables, repetitions. And do we get, so I think I understand all of those, but what I'm looking for is whether or not there's a number, like how many of these have there been? I don't remember there being something in there, but that doesn't mean I didn't learn it. All right. So that's going to result in code like this. Oh, that's odd. Oh, this one's off. Yeah, that makes more sense. Now, do we have to, I can't join the names in there, can I? Okay, I remember the stuff about that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think I can concatenate there. By example, yeah, we were already here. Yeah, okay. Because basically what I'm thinking is that we can't say name here. It's not like some substitution you can just toss in there. I mean, oh, okay, yeah, we need another one of those. And the other thing that might be helpful is to just take this into something else for a moment. See, can we do that on Playground? Huh. Oh, that reminds me. I didn't do the Discord announce. Oops. Okay, go back to the terminal. Yeah, I don't think that we can actually use a colon there. I don't like how it looks. Okay, spam macros. Unexpected closing delimiter. Let's give ourselves a little bit more space here. Why does that one think that? Oh yes, I have one too many. Okay, wrong. Let's make sure we save that. We'll go ahead and close that for now. All right. Yes. So I have the bracket here. When calling this macro, no rules expected this token in macro call. I don't really like the equal signs. All right. Oh, yes, and I did remove that. Again, I should really do this locally. Feel bad. And why isn't it matching this here? Is it because? Oh, no, no, no. So we have our ID there. And that one, it got fine. Man, today I'm like, just congested. We should be able to capture that here. I mean, does it want double? So I did have a bracket there. No. No, we've seen this already. Here we go. Rest my example. Macro rules. I think it's supposed to be in there. There it is. See, here they're using expression, ident. Oh, they're just for basically they do some matching here, and then you can stamp out some code here. And the macro rules are the simplest versions here. Here's the identifier, blah. Yeah, and we get this. And it's matching these things literally. So it needs to be, um, like in this case, you're going to define some sort of variable for your macro. As you can see in here, you have func, right? And for us, we're doing things. Oh, oops, I meant to go back into the browser here. I mean, we might have getter, ident, setter, ident, and then a whole bunch of things that follow, right? So it's going to match and say, okay, give me an identifier. And we did that. Here's an identifier. This is the getter. There's the other one, right? There's the setter, getter and setter. But there has to be a comma in the middle because we say there's a comma right there. So we have to match that comma. Now the next part is it's actually matching the next bit. And oh, I forgot the dollar sign here. That's why it didn't match that. It was okay. So this is a literal token. Now it's going to want that there, right? So the curly brace here and here match up, followed by a group, right? And the groups, I forgot that you have to put a little dollar sign at the beginning. And this over here says that the group's going to end with a comma on the outside. I think that we can actually swap these. Say this. No, no, no. This is on the outside of the group. So you can put it here or here, right? One of those two places. If you put it on the outside, that means that the trailing comma at the end is not needed. And good morning, Xenocron. So we have 0, 1, 2, and I'm thinking that I like this better. I think that would be quick and easy to read. Aborting due to previous error. Missing fragment specifier. Yeah, and I think there are certain tricks to getting certain tokens matching, like doubling up. Oh, my mouse keeps coming up from the wrong side of the window. All right, well, let's read the error. Missing fragment specifier. Fragment specifier. So if I did that, I mean, can I swap these out? Maybe. All right, let's go look at the docs again. You can see here they're trying to do the same thing. No, 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 that's something different. Ah, this one. This. So I have calculate, and in this case, they have eval, eval, eval. So they're just taking an expression. So you see the literal token eval here has to be matched, and then they give it an expression. And then if there's more than one, they have a dollar sign outside of this paren. They have a comma at the end, which is what I'm trying to do. Okay. Oh, shoot. Keep touching the wrong code. Swap that back. But now it's not going to match because we don't have, we're missing the curly braces now. Now it should tell us it doesn't match that. Could not compile. Missing fragment. Oh, I completely butchered that. Here. What is it? This is colon ident. Look at that. That should be a colon. Okay, then let's put our curly braces back. Silly mistake. Really. Why not? Why not? So we have that there. And really this is setter, getter. We'll have to loop through and replace these internally. I'm just trying to get the rest of it to match out first. Yeah, then we have to, oops, double some of these up, right? I keep going back to the terminal. I just want to be in the terminal. See, did it again. Toss semicolon at the end. What else are we missing? All right, let's try it. That rule should be matched right there. We have one there, one there. And we could swap it out with some other token. I'd prefer that, unless it's telling us something else. Let's hit this last comma. Let's get it. Yeah. Okay, let's put that comma back because I like the trailing commas. And I think my formatter is gonna add those for me anyways. Now we should end up with the same error. Yes. Macro extraction ignores token blah and any following. So we don't need that? Oh, good. Not semantically valid as function parameters. Fantastic. Okay. Now for this section. So now we're going to loop again. Nope. Went back to the terminal. Okay. Let's come up with some. I wish I could concatenate in here. I mean, that would be nice. All right. So this is just going to use the same value there, there. Because our getters are going to be named the same as the elements on there. So this is going to be repetitive block. And inside of here, we'll have value and then variant, comma. I should do that. And then down here, it's actually going to be the opposite, the variant and its value. All right, expand the macro. Thank you. So what did it expand it to? Okay, here. We want the stuff at the bottom. That's our macro. It generated this code. Set display. Match. Why do we have so much white space up there? Whatever. Actually collapse that. Eh, that's not bad. And what's the invocation look like? Do we want to change this? Getter, setter. That looks all right. Thank you, Rust Playground. I really do appreciate that. Okay, get rid of that. And then we can get rid of this whole block here. Let's give that a move. You're going to the top of the file, you. That, and you need some care. Macros don't always get formatted nicely, so we have to take special care. That we might create a macro for some of this too. Just to try it up a little bit. I mean, it's all the same thing over and over and over again. There's like 3 or 4 different variants, but you get the idea. All right, so there's a set. Look at that. Oh, and this is going to be easy. Oh, you know what? First, let's see. Does it compile? Oh, it did. Fantastic. I mean, of course it did. Okay, there's one other thing that's bugging me. I know there's a crate out there that lets you do string concatenation in macros. Anti-dense. Oh, nightly only. Oh, really? That makes me sad. How long has this been open? Since 2015. Wow. Wow. 2018. Ah, paste crate. That I think is what I'm looking for. Macros for all your token pasting needs. Pasting identifiers. Is this nightly only though? Make struct and getters. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what I want. All right, we're gonna try to use paste. Oh yes, yes, the macros generate the code before it compiles. It's actually part of the compilation step. It's very early on. Um, but yeah, it's before it does any other sort of syntactic analysis. I think it does it as it's actually going through your code. So if you try to use this before it's defined, it can't do it. You have to hit the macro rules first, and then you can hit this. Where are we? Oh, we're in the right spot. Cargo add, paste. All right. So we're going to get rid of that because we're just going to call it display. And then in here, guess I can do this. Paste. Yeah, it's going to be looking for the syntax. You might have. Well, I read the docs a while ago. Also, There is a fantastic is it, macro workshop, the Tolnay proc macro workshop. Well, this is for proc macros. Do they do that? I use this for learning proc macros, and I am, of course, rusty at this. It's been a while, but that's a great way to get into this a little bit. Um, Prerequisites. Yeah, it covers macros, derived macros, and function like procedural macros, but not the ones that work. Some of these others. There's an export in here somewhere. I know there is right there in this macro. In fact, I've worked on all those. They those are basically those three types that it's talking about: derived macros, function like procedural macros, and attribute macros. Yeah, you're welcome. We're gonna use paste in here now. I feel like I should not be using paste for everything in here. We're removing the setter. I feel like it should just be here. Because I just need it for that name right there. Set getter. I think that's really what I want. So we're going to concatenate these two idents together. Oh, come back to us, paste. Paste, bang, curly. Oh, use paste, paste. Yeah, we could either, yes. Come on, fingers, work with me. Unresolved import. I think this is a COC thing. Cargo check. Set display is not there. Cargo expand. See, and then you can install tools like cargo expand, which inflate the code, and it'll show you everything. So like where you're calling things like these, it's just going to stamp out all that code for you. Let's restart COC. Actually, I did Rust Analyzer. I think we already did the one for the week. Yeah. Okay, good. Now it's saying that this is unused, but it should be used right here. I think I can safely ignore that because this actually made it faster. Cargo check further. This made it further. Oh, wait. No, it's still expected one of left for n or that. Really? More elaborate example. Yeah, we're inside of a macro rules. There. But we will have our concatenation in there, just like so. Yeah, it did not like being in line. Okay, let's rename getter. I don't like it anymore. Property. Okay, now back to where we're using it. Down here. That looks nice. I like how this is turning out. Property num. Bang. Position type. Copy that. Drop that in there. Fix the tabbing. Delete lines of code. Done. Position is not one of these types. So we're going to leave position alone for now. Direction is one of these. I guess we could try. This is one of, there's a couple types. We go back up here. Look at this. See, most of these types, position type, all of these here are just enums, but position is a rectangle. So we could create another macro for the rectangles, one for the dimensions, or the sizes, rectangles, sizes. Then we could leave a couple that are done by hand, or we could just macro it all out. Let's do the rectangle one now. All right, but first, let's go back. No. What does it look like? Let's just put it in line here for a moment. Property erect. And this would be position, like so. That's all it would be. Oops. So roll us. Do we need a semicolon at the end? I don't remember. No. It's going to take the ident. That's going to generate this. Paste. Because we need to do the string concatenation in there for the setter's name. Set. Space. Property. All right. Where else do we have it? Property, boom, boom, there, and there. Let's put it up with the other one. Oops, there we go. Let's get, come on, go back. I didn't get my indent. There, that's what I wanted. Now to look at this again, this is what we're matching, right? So you basically have the match side and then the generation side. Match is up here, right? We're matching one thing. We're going to call it property. It is an ident, right? And there are different language tokens. You can look those up. Then on the other side, right, the generation side, we're generating the code. And whenever we want to use the thing that we matched, we just give its name. This one's much more simple than the other one. You can see that we are using paste here to concatenate these identifiers. But all in all, it's fairly straightforward. Except I butchered property. That should have had one of those. There. Glad we looked at that. So anywhere we want to use that value that we matched, $, then its name, done. We didn't give this a name though. Property rect. Okay. Now we can get rid of position. Property num, direction. Then we delete a whole bunch of code. So much nicer. And these style bits, I think they should actually be, I mean, in terms of like macro hygiene, if this was going to be shared anywhere else, if this was exported, I definitely want these to be full paths. No, that's not right because where we're using it, it doesn't matter. Property num, again, lex, direction, lex wrap, overflow. Oops, overflow's gone. So much nicer, not having to manage all of that code. Oh yeah, code generating code is great, especially when because it can just make it so much more maintainable. I mean, if you can maintain the code generators. Now you can see that the first thing I did was just stamp it all out by hand because I wanted to try the concept. Um, I probably should have done these first. If I was more comfortable with the macros, I probably would have. We got 5 PD. Line self. Property enum. I mean, we could reduce this even more. Could give it the enum and then the variance. However, if it was in our own code base, we might be able to even. Mm, I know, no, we couldn't do it that way. I was gonna say we could put generators on that thing, but it would just be generating code for the enums, and that wouldn't work. So much more maintainable. Justify con. All right. Ah, another rect. Bye bye. Padding. Border. In your last job, it would have been used to just reduce the code that was actually used in the specific service that, and not having tons of configuration or if else trash. Yeah, makes sense. Now what? Flex grow. I mean, this is just. I mean, it's a F32. It's pretty much just a pass through. Here, gonna grab that. Property value. Property. I think it's tied like that. Get rid of that. We'll have to pass in what the type is. Why doesn't it like this one? Expected delimiter. Where? Property ident. Property kind. I don't see it. Flex shrink. F32. You know what? Because we can do this, can make it look like it actually has a type. In fact, we could just have a property one, and if the value type is rect, like if we can actually match that and do one or the other. Oh, that would be fancy. Gonna specialize these. Hmm, interesting thought. All right, that might be phase two. What's our playground? Expand this, please. Self, yes. No paste in the scope. That's fine. I think this looks okay. It's not a literal. I thought that was going to be type. Come on, where's our list? A type. TY, a type. Oh, I can put that there. Do we just need a space? Expected delimiter. Or check. Check. Yeah, we're getting there. All right, this one. Oh, consider moving it. Fine. Fine. Is it that it just wants to be moved? Property value. Duplicate. Yeah, it just didn't want to be there. All right. Well, what if we combined these two? Hmm. Actually, why is Flex Grow not happy? Did we miss one? All right. Sorry, I need to get back into style. Which one? What is Flex Grow? Flex grows in F32. Like shrink, like scroll. There you go. Let's clean these up and join them. So we have property rect, got property value. Let's join these. So now I have A and B. Let's just call them property. And if the type, if the literal value rect ends up in there, use that. Otherwise, we'll use the kind that's passed in. Try to multi-vim that. Now we just give it the type. That looks pretty good. Let's go back up to the top. All right, what does dimension look like? We parse dimension instead. Is that it? Really? Parse dimension. And then dimension to string. Anything else? I think that's it. Done. Now the next one, parse size and size to string. We could probably dry this up even more. size, min size, oh, size, max size, min size, max size. And that was all of them. It's so much less code. All right. We're not going to touch that one up there with this. Can we draw this up? I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to make some more progress. It's like these. 2020 party. Oh, yeah. I've been thinking about not having the music, but I don't know. I think it actually puts some people off. I mean, I would still listen to music. What I think would be a cool Twitch thing is if you could choose which audio stream you wanted to listen to. Because right now, you can't. And that would be a fantastic thing. Because RTMP supports multiple stream types, multiple streams of multiple stream types. Up to me. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try it out. There it goes. Now you're just left with me. A streaming service with that feature? Yes, I would love that. I'd also like closed captioning. RTMP has multiplexing, absolutely. And OBS lets you do that. In fact, Twitch just took advantage of it, right? So here, if you go into settings, right, because here I just click that mute button. Um, and if you go into advanced audio properties, you can choose which track or which track you want what audio going onto. Right? And then in settings, you can choose the Twitch VOD track, right? So they're creating a second audio stream just for VOD, and that works great. Right now they're having a little bit less issues with copyright stuff, etc. Yeah, they use two, but you could have n number of these, right? And just give them a name and let them show up underneath the stream. Let people choose. Because I could run multiple music streams here. Here, because ideally, and I don't know if anybody's ever worked in video, but you would be able to choose which audio stream, because maybe there was like the English one, the Spanish one, etc. Right? You've seen this elsewhere, where the player can choose those other streams, and that would be fantastic. I think that they should let the people watching the streams choose which one they want to hear. Right? They have both streams now. So Twitch, this is my request. Please, please. Audio? Oh yeah. I mean, video here. I'm running video at, well, who knows? I think I'm doing a VBR at the moment, variable bit rate. Good morning, Cat Peasant. Yeah, game and music with volume regulation. Exactly. Well, yeah, I think the audio here is 160 kbps, whereas the video is like 2000. All right, where are we going with this? We need more, more. So we just dried this up with some macros. There we go, right? Macros again. Our files down to, oh, and we have tests. I wrote some tests for that. All right, so this should work. Let's give it a build. Give it a run. Then we'll get to wire up the Flexbox to the actual components. All right. Saranya, good morning. How are you? Happy Friday. So we've just added all of these properties, and you can see that some of them, the ones that are string based, are just a mess, like these. Right? Margin should be like 1 meter, 3 meters, auto, undefined, right? Kind of like CSS. And the parser understands that. And so what is that? That's in margin. So we scroll to margin in here. Here. See that got translated correctly. I didn't want to have like this big grouping for each one of those, like top right, bottom left, etc. I guess I use start and end now. So let's try to get these wired up, and then we'll come back and clean up this mess. So if we just do nothing there, it should default to undefined. I don't know, that is bugging me so much. Let's undo that. I'm gonna make those optional, because if we make them optional, hmm, no, but if we make them optional, then we'll have to compare them versus the default. All right. And now look, now we just work in the macro and it'll affect all of them. That is fantastic. Where's the string one? Dimension. Oh, the rectangle's the first one. So the first thing I want to know is the value actually equal to the default? Because if it is, then we could return, oh, it's down here. Then we just return an option. Now let's take an option. Is that YSIW right bracket option? Same thing here. Okay, that's going to have errors, which is okay. Let's break that down into two different pieces because property here is going to be, I guess, one of two things. Match value. Some value, whatever. We'll shadow it. It's okay. This is going to become the string, or rather the parse value that we will assign to it. Oops, comma. If we got nothing, then we will just use the default. If the compiler can figure out what the type is for this, because I don't want to provide type information, it should see that this type. I guess we know it's a rect, don't we? Technically, it's a rect dimension. The dimension has been just messed up. It's a rect dimension. I'm looking for the type. Here. Oh, it's just rect. Okay. All right, fine. Just the default then. This is going to be stretch geometry rect. Oh, your rust is rusty. You haven't done it much since starting your new job. How is the new job going? How's the new gig? Python stuff, DevOps, and high up stuff. High up stuff. Sounds intriguing. I've been pretty good. We got the webcam. I was looking over there. That's where it was yesterday. Got the webcam going. Got the green screen, which is a work in progress. Um, Starlink is giving me about 10, I don't know, looks like it's about 9% frame drops. Kind of sucks, but hopefully that's getting better. With all those launches, it should be. So, all right, let's save, close, quit, yes. Run it again. Again. All right, Flexbox. Null. I don't want nulls. If we reset this, what does it get reset to? Oh, these are dimensions. I have placeholders. Should I use empty string? Okay, option, not the best idea. Let's use empty string here. What's my latency? Oh, goodness. This is my previous internet provider. I've said this before. Actually had equipment that had like 30 millisecond delay in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the handovers. Because we're also in the Pacific Northwest. So if we look at, let's just close a couple of those. Let's say, let's hide that. Let's come over here. You can see all the, whoa, the uplink points. OneWeb, that's new. Let's look at all of the active ones. All right, so there's all of them that are active. And as we zoom in, you can see why they did. Hey, morning, Brooke. Morning, Raiders. We were just talking about Starlink. I'm on Starlink, and I get frame drops occasionally, mostly because of the handovers. But if you zoom in to the Pacific Northwest, where I live, there are some drops, and it's mostly because of the handovers. You can see why they did the beta in the northern area here first, right? Because there was just more coverage when they had fewer satellites, and the more satellites that they add, the less gaps like this will happen. I mean, look at this big gap just coming across the middle of the states here. So it's getting there. We're looking at some of the ping times. How's your stream, Brooke? How you doing? Having a good day? Happy Friday. Oh, well, this is a fun site to look at. You can see the trains, all that. So if we zoom back out, go into the little gear settings again, and we look at all of them, you can see the launches, the last sets that were launched. Basically go around increasing their altitude. And if we zoom in, you'll see what the altitude of these things are. See, most of the active ones are like 540, 550, somewhere in there. And these here are at 378. They're slowly rising. Oh, you got to delete a lot of code. We just did the same thing. We used macros. Um, we're using, well, attempting to use. You know what? I should probably still do the match. Can you match strings? Yeah, 336 hours ago. Yeah, there's a couple of them that are rising. Mismatch types. Oh, that's still a Godot string. To string as ref 3dt right paren. There we go. All right. So if it's empty, we'll use the default. Otherwise, that. And if it's equal to the default, just return an empty string. That should let the placeholder show through. Let's give it a build. There we go. Restart Godot. Where are you, Godot? Ah, yes. Now we see the placeholder text. Yay. So if we delete all of that, oh, fantastic. Okay. I'm not sure. Maybe for the string ones, we should. So like even this. Oh, size we didn't do though. Yeah, that's still set elsewhere. All right. So that was good for the rect. Let's do size and dimension. Stretch geometry. Dimension default. It's equal to self dot style dot property. Then we do one thing. Return that. Otherwise, this. It's going to be the same thing. All right, Brooke. Have a great day too. Enjoy your Friday. Take that down there. Toss that over. Size. All right, now for the other bits. No, dimension's not found there? Where is it found? Now for this part. Uh, as ref that. And this is going to be dimension default. Almost. Yes, we spelled a word. All right, there. Now I have property that should bubble through. All right, now for size. What are we going to do here? Oh, question. How do you handle multiple nearly identical structures and you don't want to merge them into one, leave the unused properties with default values? Well, you could use a macro to generate them. Um, that's that's it, really. Let me reread that. How do you handle multiple nearly identical structures? Okay, and you just don't want to merge them in one. You don't want to merge them in. Okay, yeah. You don't want to merge them into one and have those unused properties with default values. Yeah, so you want distinct types with only the values that you need on them. Yeah, that's kind of the only way. You might be able to create some procedural macros that can expand one into another. Say, oh, this one is that one plus this. But then you're going to get into the situation eventually where you say, oh, it's this, but not that other piece. Intersection types? I don't think so. You send out over the API. Now, if you're talking about serialization, you can limit what you're serializing. So if you just don't want certain properties of a type to be serialized, that all works. You can do that. Class or size value. Okay, I think we got all of those. The type kinds we're going to leave alone. I think I wanted to check down here. Let's comment that out. What's a placeholder text? So for some of these string types, where are they? Here, with default. I mean, it's really that. Yeah, part of Saturday. Um, Field attributes on the left here. There's lots of different things. You can rename them, you can alias things. Right? Let's say you had a rectangle type and you had a size type. and then you add a point type, right? You basically have width, height, x, y, and then those two things make a rectangle, right? But if you wanted to represent your rectangle in serialization as x, y, width, height, you can do that. You can flatten these things out in the serialization step. So you can have a more complex structure with your type, and then as part of the serialization, just expand it out so you get rid of the middle layers. I'm trying to find where's transparent. I think they call it flatten now. Yeah, removes one level. There's lots of stuff available in there. Oh, got that there. Default with default. Empty strings by default. Basis. Yes. Size, yes. Min size, yes. Max size, yes. This is gonna stay here forever. Cargo build. Got a Godot. Run it again. Oh no, isn't that lovely? Value, position value, we didn't get. Let's get that. That way we can see that this isn't set by default. What's position? CSS. Oh, position value here with default. Okay, that'll be that. Oh, you were thinking of implementing conversions from into for the similar structs? Yeah, yeah. Well, if you're going between them, that makes a lot of sense. And typically you only implement from. You can see that was here. So this documentation here describes it. It's a reciprocal of into. You should always prefer implementing from over into. Implementing from automatically provides one with an implementation of into. Yeah. So usually you're just doing from. You only do into if there's a reason for it. Yeah. Trait bounds on generic functions. Yeah, it's in the standard library. Convert from. Don't know if I want to create macros for this section here. Morning, get lost, dude. How are you? You're a software engineer, but never use Rust. Having the stream on helps a great deal. Oh, why, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I figure if I ever pass away and my wife needs to listen to my voice to fall asleep. She'll just load up one of the old YouTube archives and just listen to me ramble about Rust. All right, I think we've got most of this. Now, I like these macros. These came out so nice. Okay, now, what are we going to do to lay this out? We're trying to get Flexbox working here. And if we pull this up, we can see that we have values. We're looking at this Flexbox object right here. I've separated the values into CSS type properties and the Flexbox style ones. I should probably call that Flexbox. Yeah, let's rename that, and then we'll do this flex slash there. So this has 4 children in it. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 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 right there. Okay. They should be stacked. Currently, they have no width, they have no size, but we need to add them to this library, well, to this structure. Now that we have the Flexbox style itself, we should be able to say, okay, this is going in a row layout, it's going in a column layout, a line left, line right, etc., and lay these things out. Now, we are brand new to using this library. We're using stretch. Come on. We're using stretch. Flexbox implementation. A little low today. I don't know, maybe I'm just not speaking the same way. So we have a Flexbox. Oh, I know what I forgot. Oh, it is on. Great. I'm also using Crisp, and Crisp helps out. Gets rid of some background noise. So here's the child, and here's the node that we're doing the Flexbox on. Okay. We have a list of children already. We do not know what their styles are, though. And I'm wondering how in the heck we do this. Because some of these, so we're going to have to return a style for this child, aren't we? Then we'll have to compute. So we'll have to ask the child what its style is. I don't know if it. Okay, we'll just run with that idea. Then we add it to the vector, and we compute the layout of the node, right, the parent. And then we should be able to get the layout of specific nodes. There are some issues, and one of them is Make a release, please. It's like, hey, what's going on? You haven't released in a while. You've got all sorts of stuff. Like this person even moved on. Like, so I think I'm gonna try to patch it, and we'll see if it still works. 'Cause I want to be able to use the new version. Cargo.toml. Let's try that. Cargo update. Oh, look at that. Got a couple of minor versions. Cargo check. I hope it all still fits. Hmm. And after we do that, we should probably do a cargo dock and refresh it. Yeah, I just had a rough patch going through Starlink here. It's almost there. Almost there. I know I'm gonna switch up the house grooves. There's a lot of EDM on Pretzel. Oh, could go with some jazz. This one's kind of chill. Here, audio income. This is taking its sweet time. Oh, it's doing GD native bindings, and GD native bindings are just massive. It's a lot of code, a lot of macros. Because GD native is just wrapping a huge amount of API from Godot. All right, there it goes. All right, back to work. Oh, Yeah, that's going to do the documentation. That's fine. Now back to Godot. Let's save that. So we have those four elements, and I think that we somehow need to get them to tell Godot what their style is. Maybe when they get added, they could tell Godot, say, hey, this is my style. Or Godot could, excuse me, or the Flexbox could ask them, what is your style? Whenever it goes to layout. That's an option. What else? Where is it? It's down here. Oh, 450 in this file. Okay, set a marker. So here, we should keep track of the children. And then maybe when we call layout, we actually ask each one what your current style is. I don't know if it's going to care though. All right, so we want to do some layout here. When we do the layout, we have to construct that. Let me close some of these. Ah, our docs are done baking. Was it node? No, let's look at stretch. I do not think we have to keep a stretch around. Fields omitted, why? I guess we could find node, new leaf, new node. What's the difference between a node and a leaf? A leaf doesn't have any child nodes. To me, this feels like it's meant for many layers, but I'm going to treat it as just having the flexbox and children. They don't have any documentation in here, like how to use this, which just bugs me. It's just the types. This is a result, the layout result. Hey, well, have we got some jokes for you? We've got some of the corny ones out of the box, or we can go to the trove. Oh, you know what? My wife sent me some yesterday. A bad joke. We try to keep it clean though. Let's see. What's the difference between a bad golfer and a bad skydiver? One goes thwack, aw. The other goes aw, thwack. Yeah, we did that one yesterday. Um, what's an avocado's favorite game? Guacamole. All right. And happy Friday. They do have. Yeah, let's go find their repo again. Criteo stretch. This is basically the same silly thing out of their documentation. We could keep this around. We create two new nodes. See, the waiting arrest. Hmm. That's funny. That only showed up in my activity feed. Didn't show up in the chat for some reason. Strange. Yeah, normally they show up over here. Maybe, just maybe, there's something in there I didn't like. Who knows? All right, well let's just do something simple. We're gonna call layout, right? I think we're gonna keep a stretch around longer than this, but we're just gonna stamp it out first. Let's see how this works. New stretch. Stretch dot. Well, we're going to need a number of children. So we'll do a new node for each one of those. So we basically want to map through the children, adding new nodes. Child nodes. We're going to have to add the children back. Yeah, iter.map child. We'll do something here. Collect that. This can be a vector of node. Then we create our own node. Something like that. Let's rename this. Flexbox node. And this here should be child nodes. And our style is self, not elf, self dot style. All right, so we need a couple of things. We have to finish up this line here with the mapping. I don't have that yet. We'll get there. Let's fix up the children. Extract a macro. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that anymore. Does not need to be public. Oh, Wrong one. Wouldn't the display default be flex? We don't have to do that at all. Do we have default set up for this? No, we don't. Okay. What? Oh, it doesn't implement copy. Oh, Jake the programmer. Good morning. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Gonna pour some tea. You can't see my little thermos. I love this little thing. Keeps things hot for so long. I picked it up at some like going out of business sale. It's one of those. I don't know. We just ended up going to some like Nordstrom's or something that was going out of sale, going out of business around here. Some big department store. Pick that up. It's on one of those end caps, like half off. That thing's fantastic. Keep scalding tea. Scalding. Yes. All right. Now for this. Remove item. What? Oh, it's just called remove. I'm gonna have the caller convert this. Oh no, I can't. I can't because this is getting called through the Godot API, the Godot interface. All right. Why would new node ever fail? Collect. Invalid node. And how does find node know whether or not it's invalid? Oh, because it's checking to see if the ID exists in its node's to ID. There. Take your slice. Oh, that's interesting. We're using the wrong node here. Ah, probably because of this glob. That one or this one. Layout. would just be explicit stretch node. I don't even think they export it at that level, do they? I mean, where do they have that? Node. Uh, they could fix all of that API stuttering here, like a prelude, or I mean, do they even have an issue for this? Oh, how to work with leaf nodes? That's a great question. Is both of those nodes. Well, the sum of the widths of node 1 and 2 are greater than the number passed to compute layout. But the argument of the measure function indicates a constraint. Oh, I see it's right here. This. Oh, I got a message. Where did I get a message from? Who's sending me messages? All right. So it's really a question about this here. The measure function tries to respect that. It may not have enough space to fit, but it never actually gets the bounds as they are being given as undefined. This means that it always returns its maximum width, pushing off the right content into oblivion. This makes it very inconvenient to use, as it, in my opinion, throws out the idea behind Flexbox, which is to dynamically use existing space, not make up new space by pushing items off. Actually, I put my node tree in Chrome and it seems to behave the same. Oh, interesting. Looking at what Chrome does, it looks like the overflow property is what is needed here. Okay, well, looks like you can have leaf nodes, and you can give it a measure function for these. And that might be how stretch new leaf. So much documentation, so little text. Removes nodes. And it's incorrect. That is a singular node. Removes node. All right, but this measure function is either raw or boxed. Why would we need it to be boxed? If the size isn't known? Variance. Uh, Sorry, I just got a glimpse of my email. Let's keep going. Node stretch. That and these things should be leaf nodes. Was it calculate layout? Compute layout. It takes itself, the node that you wanted to compute the layout for, and the size. So in this case, Flexbox node. Oh, what's this going to be? This should be stretch, and this should be Flexbox node. Does that need to be? It's just it's node copy. It is. Okay, it's just got some IDs in it. Compute layout, and then the size. Let's say our width and height. Our width is 5 meters, and our uh, hold on, number. Come on, number. Where are you? Number defined. Number defined 10. So we compute our layout, and then what do we do? Let's close that. Then we get the layout for the different elements that we're interested in. Okay. So in this case, each one of the child nodes. Child nodes dot iter. Figure out what that is. All right, now for this bit up here with it to do. Stretch size. Stretch has a prelude? This is since we did the patch, isn't it? I don't see the prelude. Stretch, stretch. Oh, there it is. Prelude. Oh, finally. This wants to be a dot zero, so we need floats for that, and it wants the reference there. Why? Oh, no, no, it's saying it has the reference. Okay. What's the result of this? Unit. The result is unit. No, it's my mistake. My mistake. Otherwise, we get unit back. Good, good, good. And I'm going to be attaching these to like some sort of error reporting. Let's expect Godot. Yes. Okay, now let's fix this. Because for each one of these, each one of our children, we need one of these others. We need a node. Let's, so we want a leaf node created, right? How do we create leaf nodes? So stretch, new leaf, the style, and then the measure function. Interesting decision. I wonder why they split that up. Hmm. I default for now. I think we have to ask the child for that. And then the measure function. I want to try this just with a closure and see if it'll take. We're just going to pass size through in this case. Although I am curious to see what size is. Measure func, raw. I think it was raw, wasn't it? What? That's not the prelude. That's fine. Expected F32 found number. Oh, okay. Yeah, they go from number to F32, meaning that you cannot have undefined on there any longer. Okay, let's just make one. Size width 5.0. Height 5.0. We'll have square things. No, 3. Less square things. More rectangular. What do we get back from this? See, the reason I'm doing that is because there's no place to return the error back to. Um, we could return it back up here, right? Which arguably is better, sure. I mean, what's our result though? Unit for okay, and then stretch error there. Because if we did that, then we could toss this on there, collect it into prelude node. Uh, 1, 2, 3. Toss that, unwraps it there. Okay, where's our other expect Godot? There, here, another one. Hmm. If we wanted to get results out of this, we could change this to a map. Get the layout error, question mark. But we need to tell it to collect. I do not think I can figure out the type on that. Oh, we weren't done in there, were we? We're going to debug it. DBG. That's right. Collect into result unit or error the stretch error. There. I know. Layout. Stretch error. Good. Remove the semicolon because we're supposed to return a result. We'll just be explicit about up and past this. It goes back into Godot at this point. There. We'll get a nice crash, little report if something goes wrong in there. This does return that. We need the actual return. The OK. Result must be used. It must be used. Which one? Oh, I need a question mark on that. Try operator. There we go. That should throw it. Or bubble it out. Okay. We're doing some layout stuff. Ha! Ha ha! Each one of these. Yeah, look at that. I mean, each one of the, like whenever you set a property, we're going to lay out the whole thing again because it might actually change the layout. Oh, we're inside of a macro, aren't we? Can we do that? Or do I have to format? I don't think I can do this. We'll see. I mean, it should just be code generation. So it should work. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is. There's one. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't do that. Don't do that. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. A little bit more, as you can see. We just didn't make it that far yet. Okay. Yeah, we haven't used child yet because we haven't asked child what its style is. Now, I don't know if I'm going to have these sort of like a fancy, do I have Godot? There's Godot. This sort of really complicated setup for the children as well. And we could. It's just it's quite a bit. That and only some of these values are actually applicable to a Flexbox child. So, all right, so we have the default style. Well, let's just see first off what happens when we run this. I'm going to close Godot. Let's see if the scalding hot tea is scalding. That it is. Pleasantly scalding. Except for that one spot where it was a little too unpleasant. Mm. Okay, so if display flex, position, it's fine. Our size, um, about 5 meters and 10 meters. Nothing yet. Flexbox, row. I want to see column. Line self. Interesting. That seems all right. Let's go to save. Let's see the output. Ooh, lots of angry. Did Leo not get called? Oh, panicked. Assertion failed. Owner has method. UI mod 13. Good morning, Original Ribbon. Good morning. I like hot tea, but not like melt your face off tea. It's like one or the other. Currently, we're on the edge. Like you have that little bit in the middle where it's like, oh, you know what? I could actually drink this. And then you draw so much in, and they're like, nope, I can't. But you have to because it's too late. Add to parent container. Where is this being used? This is in the child, isn't it? Yeah, for a fancy little box. On tree entered. It's right there. Oh, a smart mug. I don't know. That might take more power than I have here. What are we at? Yeah, our load capacity is low at the moment, but most of the stuff I'm using doesn't chew up too much power. Can't wait for that stream where everything's going on, and I do not notice that the power goes out. All right, so here, checking to see that the owner has this method, callback, on tree entered. On tree entered. Yes, yes it does. All right, let's check. Has method. Because here we have a tref. Self. So object has method. New ref to the string. I'm doing the same exact thing. Why? Why doesn't it have that? It's owner in this case. I want to know which owner it is. Well, we only call that in one place. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't have it yet because the script isn't attached. Oh. Oh, that could be an issue. I do not like this song. This one's boring. It's like an LP is skipping very slowly. Mm, uh, let it go for a bit. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of that because I think it just doesn't exist yet. So we can't check that because we're doing it inside the constructor. Yeah, you can't hear the music. I was testing out no music at the moment. Or can you not hear me either? Testing. See, I'm not muted. Yeah, I just don't want the ads. I think I'd rather support like up and coming musicians than like musicians that are already well known. And I think Pretzel does a good enough job of like introducing me to them. So yeah, that's all right. What do we got here? Who is this? Restless Hearts by Nathaniel Kenelm Piern. Yeah, all right. Back to work. Let's see if that's it. I think there was just that race condition where we were trying to check kill off this, quit it, start it, get it going. Yeah, it was licensing. It's grown on me. It's grown on me. I don't use like all right. Well, look at that. We've got uh, an object there. They're not stacked. Overflow, hidden, visible. Are we still okay? Here's our layout. Yeah, I don't know. I like pretzel rocks. Like even for just like instead of I don't know, like YouTube Music or what else? Pandora or what's the other one? I've tried a whole bunch. Order 0, size, location, XY, XY. Size is 5.1. Interesting. 5.2, 5.3, 5.4. Spotify. Yes, Spotify. Thank you. Now, if we change this to overflow scroll, let's see, we're still getting the same heights on this. Did I say that this was going to be 5.1? I thought I said it was like 5.3 or something, the size. We're returning 5.3. And this is exactly what they were talking about, wasn't it? In that bug. Overflow. So our size is 5.5. Let's say we do 5.10. Oops. What do we get then? Still 5.1. Unexpected. I didn't think that position. Hmm, size, max size. See, our height isn't increasing. I want the height to increase on these. Let's double check on that bug. I think we saw this in here. Returning 0, 0. If the constraints are undefined, seems to work. Behavior is the same. Overflow property is what's needed here. All right, so how do we set the overflow properly? Same with FOSS. Yeah, they come for the prize, but stay for the software. Right, true. This guy's name here keeps triggering Twitch. It's like, it says junkie. It's like, ooh, I think that's this guy's pen name. Can't imagine that. That'd be some given name. All right, I want to see what the size is being provided. And while we wait for that to build, it's going to be fast. Um, close this, save it. Yeah, that finished. Open it up. Here it's, I wanted 510. If I save that and open it, is that persisting? Oh, it's 5.5. Do I have an error? No. Let's say this is 50, 50. These things are still tiny. Oh, the height is 2 on this one. Hold on. Do it again. Do it again. Okay, where's 0? There's 0. It's going. Oh, that's because I had that paused. My mistake. Oh, the max size. Oh, look at that. 50, 100. So now the width is 50 and the height's 3. Hold on a sec. All right. Yeah, undefined, undefined, undefined. Fascinating. Looks like they're being set correctly, but the height is a little odd. Oh no, because that's the size that we wanted. We wanted it to be 3, right? Because we said that our height is 3. Okay, so let's get these laying out. We're not going to do too much in terms of fancy stuff here. We're going to basically call the child, ask it what its size would be given this. Like, hey, here's how much space you have. How big are you? And then it would return a width and a height. So let's do that. So we're going to capture the child here in this closure. Uh, okay. Yeah, we could do this. Is it ref new? No, new ref. Wait, this ref for this child is not reference counted. So we can just clone it. Does clone exist on ref? Copy does, yes, copy. So we don't have to worry about that. We can just use child. It'll get copied if it needs to. Invoke. What do we want to call that function? We'll call it something. We'll have to pass in the size. We have to do this in a way that Godot understands. So as you can see, oh, that's for connect. No, we don't want to do that. We have to pass a reference to an array that is full of variants. So we'll give this width, height, and basically these are the args. Size dot width. Oh, that's a number. Going through Godot. Hmm. Number can be undefined, and I'm wondering, do we convert that to a float that we just use NaN on? Let's create a little function for this. Size to float F3064. Thank you, Godot. Forcing my hand on that. Go to the site, size, and out we're going to get a tuple with the width and height. It's going to be F64, F64. Technically, we want to do that twice. So let's just change this to number. Okay, match number, fill in match arms, defined. So in this case, this number, now we need those as variants. Expected function pointer. Ah, yes. Now we're a closure. All right, we'll box it. Expected a comma, yes. Oh, now we don't want raw anymore. That and it should be able to get past that. See, new leaf takes something that is measure func. Was it an F32? Sure. Okay. Now invoke. Unsafe. Child dot assume safe. Dot invoke, which is also unsafe. Let's move that one. There we go. Now we should be able to invoke the function, passing those two F64s. All right, now lifetime issues, yes. It's probably child. So we need to clone child on the outside. Let childless child clone or copy. Really, it's copy. I know it. Iter.copied. Child is borrowed for static. We're going to move it because we don't want to borrow it. We want to move it. And we have a result. Let's debug the result. All right, let's create this function. The child must have what function to do this? What are we asking it? We are asking it like I don't know, size query size, or layout. It's not really layout, is it? We're just asking it what its size is going to be. Size query? I don't know. Let's go to box. Not VBox, box. Oh, it's not open. There's box. Let's add export public function size query. How big we would be without actually doing it. Oh, you know what? Morning, gentlemen. How are you? Now I'm wondering, should this box be the same thing as a flex box? And we just draw the margin, all this stuff, because we've got all these values, right? But we need some way to draw that other thing. Yeah, I think they should be merged. Because if we merge those, then we can have one after the next. And then whatever the leaf node is that we put inside of them, we could have implement some sort of common thing like this, which would be like our text, right? That controls text, this guy. Yes, this is the one I really want to ask. What is your height given your width? Because it has to do the word width calculations. All right, this doesn't build, does it? I'm just going to return something. How about 10.0, 10.0? All right, just something. It's going to call it. We're going to get some values. We're going to return this. Because I want to be able to commit this real quick so that we can merge these two. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because this should be inside of the flex box, which have a number of text nodes. Or we should have flex boxes inside of flex boxes, and those on the inside should have text boxes. Ah, yes. After backtracking again, it took you 3 seconds for the fix. Oh, what a journey. Yeah, we've been there. All right, let's say, does this build? If it builds, I'm just going to commit it, then we'll merge those two. And then we have to think about how this works in terms of um, flex boxes being inside of flex boxes. All right. And moved it. That's right. Screen still there. Yes, those are fine. All right. Flex box is wired up. How do I go to the next line in this? I could open the editor, like Control E. Flex wired up. There we go. All right, box. It is time. Add to parent container. This is going to be strange because only some of the, like Flexbox, I mean, this should probably be its own sort of macro because we're going to be dropping this in a number of different things. All right. The one thing that we do not keep here, I'm going to trim this down. Uh, we're not going to need dimension, width, height, that. Margin, no. Padding, no. We need the rounded rectangles, border, top. Border width? Wait. Oh, we can check in Godot, can't we? Border. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Start, end, top, bottom. Or was it top, end, bottom, start? Anybody have experience with a Windows server of Serenity OS? I don't. I have no experience there. All right, so we should be able to get that. It's just the radius. What's this for? Mesh instance. Oh, that's for the actual mesh. The tessellated shape. Then width and height, that goes away. I'm going to split this vertically. Ah, fail. Let's try again. We're going to split this vertically. There. We need these. There's Flexbox. Inside of new, need a little bit more. Mesh instance need to be added. Okay. Self. What else? Everything else has defaults, I think. So we should be good there. Just going to delete these things as we go through them so that we know that they have been moved. Just going to put that before register because register is huge. In fact, it doesn't even need to be inside the class. I mean, we could just move that outside. Take that out. Simplify this just a little bit. Put that up there. Wait, what happened? I had multivem on? My mistake. Okay. Bottom. Oh, I didn't move it far enough up. Okay. I wanted it below the macros. There. So now we have the macros, register, then the flex box. That's more manageable. That goes away. This here, query size, who knows? We got to figure out a better version of that. That's fine. That goes away. Dimension goes away. Render is kind of akin to layout. Let's just take that whole thing and pull Flexbox and before our utils. Okay, save that. I mean, really, this is just a render function. There isn't anything special about that. Because after layout, we're likely to call render. So like right here, self.render. Uh, pass in owner. Did this function have owner? No, it just has layout. Okay, well, we probably don't need owner. Not for this. If we do, shouldn't be hard to fix up because we've got macros to help. Macros that need to be dried up. Size, math, size on Leon. Here we have a different rectangle. Ooh. No, not doing those there. We're going to do them here. Okay. Fix it up in a moment. This one. What else are we missing? Is it math rect, size? Oh, the winding and border radii. My cursor go away? Oh, that's so strange. Yeah, cursor's gone. uh, Thank you, computer. It's very nice of you. Now it's back. I I was doing just fine without the cursor. She just expert mode. Corner sizes. Where do we get corner sizes? Oh, here. Create shapes. Leon pathfinding. My formatter's freaking out now. Now this here is the Godot bits. Oh, no. These are less likely to collide. What else? We got those. Array format, we need that. That's like a GD native one. Why isn't that in here already? And it's the mesh array format. Okay. Grab Leon. Yes, keyboard navigation is where it's at. Save everything. Good. Now let's go to lib. I'm gonna get rid of box. And VBox. Box and VBox go away now. Thank you, Flexbox. UI mod. Box, VBox. Box. And VBox. Close that. Close that. Self and paths can only be used in start position. Interesting. So it's self star. Should be like that. Hmm. Okay. Now this. I put it in the wrong spot. Okay. Owner. Okay. That's right. We don't implement default anymore because we can't. Hey, very cool cow, says Muma. Oh, it's crisp. Crisp is the noise suppression I use. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's on the Mac. I don't know what I'm going to do when I switch to Linux slash BSD. Use the mic on the Mac still. Stream it all to a central place. All right, now that works. Star would have worked in place of self. Let's see, where did it end up now? API is star like so. Oh, yeah. We'll merge them all. See, it keeps wanting to do. Oh, I see that. So we do star there, comma, and then API colon there. There. I wonder why Crisp doesn't have a Mac version. Excuse me, a Linux version. I can see it being a great piece of software in some audio pipeline. Cadmus or noise torch. Hmm. They both sound cool. No Linux, yeah. Associated function defined here. I have no idea what it's complaining about. Ah, good, good, good. Now we get to patch this up. All right, so in this case, margin left. What are we going to do? Self.style.margin. Oh dear. What if the margin left is not defined? Because this, wait, that's a that's 4 different values. What's an auto margin do in CSS? Time to try it. And this is definitely throwing a wrench in the process. Unless, what does layout give us? We were looking here. Layout Just size and location. It doesn't tell you what your margin is. You think it just swallows what's left and matches the opposite sides? Oh, auto. Thank you. Yeah, the browser because it's also going to. You also have to take into account the padding, right? Where's render? There's layout, compute layout, child nodes. Because we dump this information for the children, but not the Flexbox node. Let's do that too. I know it. Let's grab this. Because I need actual values. I can't use auto, etc. We have to reduce that to what it is. This is going to be what, Flexbox node? Okay, there's that. We might comment out a bunch of stuff in here just to get an idea of what's going on in this. What? Okay. Let's see, standard, super goes there. Ah, eyelash. Commenting this out. Almost. Oh, Vim was just confused. Okay, so without that, because I think we're going to need some assistance functions, some functions that we can implement. Maybe create some traits, toss them onto style, implement them for style, so that we can get like the resulting values, or I don't know. We'll see. Free left, Flexbox. Yeah, that's not helpful. Render. Associated function defined here. Well, that means this one then needs to know. It doesn't have that. That means all of the macros need to be updated. Do the macros even get those? They do, don't they? Yeah, this one, this one. I think we're almost there. Last one. All right. Expected one argument, found two. Owner, thank you. Ah, yes, borrowing errors, finally. Self.render. Can now borrow self is mutable. It's behind. Oh, Hobby 2000. We have camera. Welcome. Welcome. Cargo build. All right, so what we're going to do is basically look at some of the information that's coming out of layout. And then using that, we should be able to take the result of the layout plus the style to be able to calculate the actual dimensions of the margin and the padding. So let's do that. So weird. Have a face for the voice. Yeah. Well, we can just cover it up. Just no. There we go. All right. So we got the flex box. That's doing some stuff. Gonna give us this layout. See. Now the child functions don't have all of that. So the max size, let's say, is 50 meters by 25 meters. Right. What do we have? 0, 0. But we do, okay, so we have the location and the size and the order. So that's at 580. Yeah, that's the last one. But because we don't have any child nodes, nothing is getting attached. We just deleted all of the, basically the script for box is just gone. All right, where's file system? There's file system. Make this a little bigger. Scenes, UI, box, VBox. This goes away. Bye-bye. Box, you go away. Oh no. Bye-bye. I know the other one. Instance child scene. Editor settings. Shortcuts. Oh, none. That's why we don't know it. Good morning, 71529. What have you done to Clippy? Oh my goodness, what? Oh, that's um oh, don't tell me. This is Rivet. Is this the Rivet? That's kind of an iconic bandana though. Which means we should be able to attach them to their parents. Rosie's, yes. Is that Riveter Rosie? Rosie the Riveter. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay. Now this thing should be then asking its parent to add it as a child, and then we can add. Well, what do we call it? Oh, screen. Uh, really, I just want text. How about we just create a text one? So if we look at that one, it's got text here, and the text is attached text.gdns. Okay. Save branch as scene, scenes, UI, text. There we go. Close that. Sure, save it. Delete that one. Text. Fantastic. And then we have some text. First box. Delete that. Second, third, fourth, fifth. All right. So there's a second box. And here we have the third box. All right. All right. So then we have those. Let's make this work. So our little UI test. They should all be stacked, and then we should be able to set the border. Now, does this type, it does try to add itself to its parent. Okay, missing. I don't know what we're missing. Let's just work through it. Okay. Oh, look at this. On-child added. Yes. On-child added. Did we? It is there. Why do you think it's not there, Godot? Every now and then this happens where Godot doesn't like get the update. Like finish building, do the build. Like I'm just a little too quick starting up Godot. All right, laid out. Still. Attempting to invoke missing method on child added args zeroth. Yeah, we did the layout twice because probably two properties were set. Hmm. Okay, on child added. But we should only do this if that function exists. That's right. If not, owner.has method, and we just return. I think the one that's actually causing the problem is this one, because it's asking its parent to register itself, but UI test has no script. There's nothing on there. Run it again. Still. All right, let's see exactly which one it is. I was guessing. Insertion index. All right. On tree entered. That's what we thought. 9513. All right, child added. So we're in Flexbox. We call invoke and panic. Why didn't this check work? If the owner has the method, not. If the owner does not have the method, we return. Number of arguments? I don't know. I think it's just Godot not catching it, not picking up the DLL. But no, that's not it. All right, child added. Owner not equals parent? Maybe. That's a fine. Thank you, Ramu. Thank you. No, that was a bug. Thank you. You nailed it. I just didn't see that. But why wouldn't it have that? Do we have some sort of race condition? Okay, let's check. It's fine. We're just doing the first one. All right. Now we're panicking for a different reason, which is great. That that we can deal with. Because this one is on child added. So when our child gets added, it's supposed to call and register with the parent. However, the insert is wrong. We're providing the number 1 instead. Oh, that's strange. I thought these were 0-based values. Is it position? It's on node, no, or it's on node or spatial. Oh, good position and parent. The first child, its value should be 0. Is this happening out of order? And this one has, sorry, little OCD here. But, all right. Let's see what the values are that we're getting. Oh, Ramu was the exact opposite. Sad. So this position that we were telling our parent that we're being added, let's debug that. This is strange in that, Like where'd the 0th one go? There's one error. There's two. There's three. There's four. There's five. Insertion index is five. The number five. That doesn't seem zero based. See, yeah, position is five. Why is it five? Wait. Position was zero. Oh no. This one was zero. This is one. Uh-oh. I just drag and drop that. All right, undo. What if we added something else as a child? Let's add just some random node, spatial. I want spatial to be right there. I also want another spatial here. I want to see if that increases each of those. Because if this parent number thing is like the whole tree, that surprises me. I thought it would. Maybe parent isn't owner? Well, of course parent is an owner, but maybe parent is the scene and not what you're attached to? No, that seems silly. That seems. Hold on. Actually, we're gonna run it without the backtrace. Shenanigans. So that value is not helpful to us. Well, it might be, but we were going to use that to associate like which one of these is in like its position in the vector. Let's run it again. Yeah, position's four. So position one. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Wait, now that's four? I don't understand how it's counting this. Okay. Position one makes this will be 0, this will be 1. Here, let's flatten it. Trying to get these to lay out in kind of in 3D space. We're doing a 2D flexbox in 3D space with tessellated fonts. So you can see they're overlapping at the moment. You can see that they've been models have been created for them at runtime. Let's see front view. All right. Now the first flexbox, this thing is at position 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks good. Now if we take this one and make it a child of that one, save, quit. Yeah, I want to be able to toss shaders and do some cool effects with these. So each one of those glyphs should be able to have a shader on it. 4, 1. Why is this one at position 1 and not position 0? What's at position 0? And then if we take Flexbox 2 and make it a child of Flexbox 1, but I want it first. There. Yeah, each one of these has text. Save it, close it, crash it again. Come on. One more time, Godot. One more time. Yeah, we're getting position 1 instead of position 0. That seems like a bug. Returns the node's order in the scene tree branch. For example, if called on the node's order, what, perplexing me. I think it's actually trying to say something more, and I'm not catching it. Okay, Flexbox. No, no, I want these to be siblings right there. So we have two Flexboxes side by side. And then if we made this one a child of that one and that one. So now we have, let's move text down there. Save. Play it again, Godot. Play it again. Four, 1, 2, 5, 1, 2. Get index. Oh, that's the one we want. Returns the node's index, i.e. its position among the siblings of its parent. All right. You know what? The problem still exists because we might mix these with other. We do not pass the index because it's not going to be useful. Change this. And same for remove. Entry entered. Okay, we got both of them. Added and removed. What about when we leave the tree? We just haven't wired that up, have we? All right. Now we have to look signals up in Godot, which means we have to start Godot. I like using local documentation. Node. Whoa, that's really wide. Signals. Tree entered. Tree exiting. All right. Oh, on tree exiting. On tree entered. Let's go back to Flexbox. On tree entered. All right, so now that should handle destroying those things, but we have to go back into Flexbox, which is where we are, and look at on child added, because now we do not get the position. Also, on child removed, this should be the child instead. Spatial on that. Let's fix that for on child removed. Args here. Yeah, it's still the owner. Good. That's fine. But we have to get the position inside the array. Hopefully these, well, these aren't going to be large arrays. So it should be quick. Children insert. Just push it onto the end. But in this case, does vector have something fancy? It has remove, but that's index based. Yeah, we can just use an iterator to find the same one. Position of, let's say, child. We have child and child. See, we're gonna panic if it's not in there. Expect Godot. There. That does not need the cast anymore. Can we do that? I think so. All right, so we just push them on there and remove them. The problem though is that we don't know, shoot, this isn't correct. We need to know where they are in our child list so we can put them in the right order for the flexbox. Oh, no. Node, there we go. Find node, get index, get child, get children. It's a variant array. Or index in 0 dot dot owner dot child count, get child count. This is likely going to be the case that when children are getting added, that it's being added to the end. Very likely. So we could optimize that and do this backwards. Rev. Okay. Why is an I-64? Can we not? And why does this think it's an I-32? Okay, so this as use size reverse it. Oh, that's binding to the wrong side. Ah, I see. There we go. It was actually binding to the right side of this range. The dot operator has a higher precedence than the dot dot than the range operator. Okay, actually, why don't we do it the other way? 0 dot dot. Yeah, this whole thing again. Hit child. Now we should be able to unwrap that because we're doing this within the valid range. Finding a child, I don't know, just something. So if the result of that is equal to the child, then we know. Trying to find, okay, their position. Insert, index, child. Oh, Godot, you and your F64s and I64s. Oh, it's a rough node. Child dot cast. It does cast. I think we want the upcast. Yeah, Godot and all of its lovely quirks. So here we should have gotten the node, but our child is spatial, and this one returns node. I thought, can you not upcast on, it's not Godot object. What about ref? Because I have a ref. Upcast exists. Where T, no, we want, see, we want upcast. This isn't manual managed shared. Come on, come on. All right, cargo check. I want to see the whole thing. But its trade balance were not satisfied. All right, let's look. What is upcast? Cast on check. They should be the same. The ref kind should be the same. It's either manual managed or ref counted. And this should not be giving us a ref counted node back from this. That should be a manually managed node. All right. Node is equal to that. Oh, it's a tref. Fine. What was it? Claim. Claim will give us what we want. Now it should be, wait. Yeah, claim should give us a ref there instead. Oh, well, yeah. True, sure. But this is still a tref? I thought this claim was supposed to convert it. And at this point it says, okay, RA is confused. Owner's a tref, get child returns a ref. We unwrap the ref, should still have a ref there. Okay, ref node, fine. And then if we wanted to, should be able to say child node. What am I typing? Child cast. Let me change something. Okay, spatial shared. Node. Node shared, node shared. Oh, we want upcast. Oh, this is if access is. I don't know what that type is. Where's ref? What? All right. Upcast is within this here. This is only implemented for things that have access as ref access. If I assume safe, I could assume safe on that. We could also just pass the tref through instead. Oh, I see. No, that's going to give me the tref. I don't know. Okay. I forgot. I thought I remembered that get child was returning a tref, but it's not. See, thread access shared. Let's undo what we just did. Yeah, spatial shared. Upcast. This is only possible between types with the same ref kinds. It's either manually managed or ref counted. These should both be manually managed. Let's see, I think that I have shared. Pretty sure I have shared. And we could assume safe on that. I mean, that just seems so weird. Here, just do this. Assume safe. This is now a tref, so is this one. Okay, now it's saying that trefs we can't compare, even though we can do the upcast on this child. That is so strange, because once we have a tref, say, look, here down here, ref implements EQ. Yeah, and tref doesn't. I mean, we could claim it, right? Take that back off, do this. One less thing there. Then we have the claim. The, oh, no claim on tref? Only available for non-unique access. I should not have unique access here. Oh, tref to node. I go to node, and this should be like that. Actually, we might be able to remove this here in a moment, because now it should see all the types coming back through. No? Okay, fine. Now for the insert. Ah, it's an option, because it might not find it. Now we do an expect Godot. Then we will try to throw some sort of good error. What would a good error be here? Added child did not exist. That that was more work than it needed to be. The great thing about this is most of this just gets compiled away. This cast. It's all done. Assume safe, no up, upcast, no up, claim. I don't think that's anything either. Oh, no, it's not. It might. Okay, build it. There we go. That might actually work. No. Insertion index is 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Now this is only for. Oh, I see. The problem is that the node has more than one child. I think these two here are going through these two and then these two. Let's add a little bit more. Debug, child, self.children. Hmm. Flexbox 531. Yes. We're inserting, and our index is broken, but where did our debug go? Did I not? Oh, it's not saved. Oh, okay. Yes. Borrow there. There we go. Spatial. Children. Empty, empty, empty. So the children are empty, and it found it at index 1. Is position 1 based? See, look, they're looking for the number 2. They found it right there. So we're going child by child. We should eventually get to the point where we find it. We ask our children again, because we do have a bit of documentation here. It says on node, you can get the child list, you get the children. So we could just filter this with ones that support the API. Yeah, that might work. Oh, I wonder if we could set it up so that it works on all the types. What about, I mean, could we come up with a decent width and height for anything? So spatial has a location. I lost my cursor again. Script. Search help. Properties. No, it doesn't have a width and height. And it shouldn't. All right. How do we optimize this? Do that, we would have to maintain some sort of hash map. What else? I don't really want a hash map of these. How else could we do it? How's your Friday going? You guys having a good Friday? We just construct this every single time. Forego the caching. Optimize later. That is possible. Let's get rid of children. We still need to know if a child was added to our node. So that we can just call layout. I mean, yeah, that means we get rid of that. Flexbox here. We want to call owner. Oh, I'm glad we piped that through. Get children. That's a variant array. Oy. Dot iter. Copied? No thanks. All right. Now child here is a variant. And we need to take that to some other type. If we want this to object, Godot string, no. Node path plane quad to object. think we want the with error version. Our error types are different though, because here we have a stretch error. All right, let's just do to object. It's a variant. We should have to object on it. We have try to. Oh, try to object. All right. We're getting it out of the children. So the children must be a node, which is why I'm saying, I'm just going to unwrap that. Let's do an expect. Okay. Then we call layout, etc. Good. Oh, there was an error up here. What was it? What is child? Child's a ref at this point. That's the same child that was moved in earlier. The type, I think, is the same. Oh, it actually doesn't know what kind this is. Oh, I see. It's a ref unknown. So we try to object. I see. Oh, okay. Yes, no such field there. And all right, looks like it's going to do it. Ooh, exciting. Exciting. I don't think it's going to be that expensive to fire up the Flexbox, populate it, toss stuff in there. Oh, good. Yes, size query is missing. Perfect. All right, size query. So now we need to implement size query. Oh, here it is. It's implemented. Ah, that's not on every child now, though. It's only on some children. So we only want to do this if, let's say, we only want to interrogate this child if it's one that supports Flexbox. change that to flex box size, flex box sizing. Okay. But we can only do this on certain things. So we're not even going to keep a child node that doesn't have that function. So we need to map this to something. We need a filter map here. Filter map, because if it doesn't have it, we're going to return none. If child dot, we have to assume safe on this to get the has method. Yeah, it's a tref. Okay. Oops. Assume safe. Unsafe. Child dot assume safe has method. It's going to be flexbox sizing. So if it doesn't have that, return none. If it does have that, look at that. That's not so bad. So that's line 600, 606. It's got width and height set up. You can see the size for this is 5.3, 5.3, which is what we wanted. The X is at 5 though. Okay, let's rearrange this. I want to get rid of some of these. Delete nodes. Fine. That should have here. It did redraw that. Oh, good. with our top one, relative, visible, inherit. Direction, that's fine. Saying that our max size is 50/50, we want column, no wrap. Border, background. Yeah, we're not doing those yet. Size. Come on. So its size ends up being 10 by 10. The children end up having a size of 10 by 2. Interesting. We could say min size here is 5 meters by 5 meters. Ah, but that's not getting passed back, is it? What I'm thinking about right now is what order do these things happen in? I imagine it starts on the outside, right? Where you say, hey, the screen's only so big. So we have some sort of physical constraint. That gets passed in, and then you start asking the child elements, how much space do you need? I think that it's one of those pieces that we haven't have yet to wire up. Because right now we do pass in the size here. We're debugging size. What was that size coming through? Here, undefined, oh, yeah, 2. So it's saying you have a constraint. 2 is your max. Hmm. So we could make text support the query. You like it better without music? By just letting you know that we can't hear it. Yes, I turn the music. I hear the music. Say, here it is. But I turned it off. It's a little experiment. Play your own music. Grumpy old man. Yeah. All right. So Flexbox sizing. Let's go implement that for text. Most programmers have awesome music tests. This includes. Well, thank you, Popcorn Futures. Thank you. So we should be able to set the width and height on this. You can see here, width in meters. So yeah, we could absolutely do this. We came for the music, stayed for the code. Aw. All right, what are we gonna do here? Self dot. No, it's not there. Oh, line height in meters. No, that's for each line. Height. We can get the height afterwards. Self.layout.height. I know it's gonna whine at me. I think I'm supposed to call layout when I do that. So I set the width. Let's go look. So when we set the width, we call layout. Okay. And then we should be able to return the height of this. Yeah, we'll get to that. Missing some, oh, this should be mutable. Ah, you like the mustache. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, where's my, it's hiding on my desk. I've got, it's hiding really well today. Unless I put it over here. Ah, I don't see it over there. It's called Clutch, highly recommended. Cool. We have to pass the owner in. Then the next thing we have to do is get the height. So we're just going to return a tuple with the width being the width that was passed in, and the height being self.height. Okay, that should bubble down, bubble up, all that as underscore. On a scale of 1 to T Pope, how good am I at Vim? 4. Controls, see, T Pope understands how to code Vim. I've never jumped into that pool. Never. I mean, there are many other good streamers that actually work on like NeoVim extensions and stuff like that. Those guys are like way beyond me. I'm just a driver. So maybe a 3 or a 2. Like you got to set the ends of your scale. I'm pretty good at using Vim, but yeah, like TFO knows Vim. All right, we're going to ignore this height. What if we should or not? All right, now this one, flexbox sizing. I don't know what to do with the flexbox. Okay, we'll get to that. Because this one here, I think after we do a layout, this should get run again. Starting to see why they have the caching in there. Because they probably got to go up and down on this a bunch. All right. Well, let's do that, and let's also position things. So we're just dumping out this stuff here and here. Let's do something with it. Child nodes, that's the good ones, yes. Oh, why do I prefer Vim over Emacs? I had been using Vim 20 years ago. um, I was doing sysadmin work, and Vim was just everywhere. It was on all the boxes. Um, Hold on a sec. And we're back. Okay. Why am I not using relative line numbers? So it's actually for the viewers. So that somebody could say, no, 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 it was on line 300 and not have to do the math. So that's why. That's why. Because it's hard for people um, to refer to different positions in the code. I had been using relative line numbers, like like jumping down 3, 30 up. But I do it for you. Well, if you wanted to say, like, there was an error on this line and my cursor was way up here, you would have to do some math. Because of the delay, it's hard for you to say, no, 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 30 down. You're a 7-month-old. Oh, welcome. Um, yeah, and I've watched developers develop for a long time, and I don't really care which editor you use. Just pick one and use it well, right? Use your editor to its capability. If you want to use Ed, fine, use Ed. I don't care. Nano, whatever. Visual Studio, cool, whatever. Just, you know, be the best you can be out with it. I dabbled in Emacs with Viper mode and with Evil mode. I like the buffers, but with my current Vim setup, I have buffers and searching and stuff set up, and it works really well. So that my fingers know what to do most days. Some days, like some fingers will rebel. Those aren't good days. So now at this point in the code, we've actually lost the association between which child it was. Yeah, I think, yeah. I'm basically a staff engineer, a principal engineer. So every every person that I've mentored that has, like you get people that come in to the company you're working at, and oh man, the word is blanking at the moment. Where they get a temporary job for like 3 months, right? What do they call those? Interns, interns. Every single intern that I've mentored that came on full time that I mentored left. I went to go work at Google. Like every single one. It's they were good kids. It's probably worth more than a Corvette. So yeah, every single one. One wondering, but they get it in their mind that they want to work at a big company, and Google's a big company, so they go and do that. I don't have anything against Google. I'm sure working at Google's pretty cool. I've got friends that work at Google. Well, more now because, well, say I'm still on pretty good terms with the people I've mentored. I think only one I'm not in contact with anymore. That's right, David. You don't talk, you don't write, never hear from you. Pouring some tea. Lost the cap. There it is. There we go. What advice would you give somebody who aspires to work at Google? Um, right, know the basics, have some experience, using the basics, be comfortable with the language that you're using and the technology that you're using. I think that's a big one. You don't have to be the world's smartest engineer to work at Google, but getting in the door, I think they like to know how you think. Do you have a desire to learn? Are you teachable? Data structures and algorithms. Yeah, they're going to ask you stuff about data structures and algorithms. And I think it's perfectly valid for them to ask you to implement one. But what are they looking for when they ask you to implement an algorithm or implement a data structure? Let's say you're implementing a linked list. I I think they're looking at how you think, how you would go about building something. I think it's perfectly reasonable for you to say, starting out, it's a cool idea. I would never, ever implement bubble sort and use it in production. It's just foolish. Well, you might not say the last bit. Unless, of course, you're the kind of engineer that's going to make the next amazing sort algorithm, then, show them what you got there. But I mean, really, they're never going to ask you at work to build a linked list, to build a sort algorithm. They're looking to see how you think. I don't know what else. Get comfortable with the basics, really. Go through some of those tutorials. I've seen that. What was it? I favorited something the other day. GitHub. It was Primogen. Primogen has this um, cool thing. Here, stars. I think I started. Kappa votes. Your thoughts are chaotic. Oh, don't worry about that. Like, my bot is named Kappa 10. I thought for a moment that it was actually Kappa 10 saying that. Like, holy cow, what's gone wrong? Where's Primogen? Oh, how do you spell Primogen? Primogen? Hmm, no, M prime. Because I thought Primogen had this whole game setup where it goes through and you can actually learn a little bit more about Vim. So there's the prime. Oh, thank you. You know that, dude? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. See, Vim be good. He's got this one. He's also got Vim Deathmatch, some other stuff. Oh, he's streaming now. Very cool. But yeah, I mean, going through and doing stuff like this, playing the games, it'd be good. This would be fun to do. I've been wanting to do this. Yes, Teej. Yeah. See, these guys here know Vim. Oh, the only reason. Wow. Well, welcome. Oh yeah, there he is. I don't think I can restream him, so we'll avoid that. All right. So how are we going to keep the association between the child nodes and the nodes? I think we need to pair this up. This needs to be a tuple. A list of interesting and cool people slash streams is getting longer, better and better, longer and longer. Ah, talking is hard. What does Rust offer that's more than others? A little bit more. The compiler has more checks in it. Okay, so in terms of lifetimes, in terms of borrowing, um, so basically you can't have a pointer being written to by two different threads at the same time, unless of course using unsafe Rust. rust. And if you just thrown off the safety belts, then you can do that. Um, oh, am I still pinging? Let's see. Oh yeah, two people doing rust, one doing Godot. All right, take care, Hemant. Primergen's got energy. I tend not to do that sort of energy. Just like overflowing. I just can't do that. All right, so let's have this. Let the leaf be equal to that. We're going to return the child and the leaf. Ah, this needs to be a sum. It's a tuple now. Hmm, mismatched types. Oh yes, yes, yes. Ref spatial to the node. Because we want that vector. You can just guess. You know what the answer is, Rust. You know. No. All right. What is this one? That's if we're building a new leaf. But a new leaf is supposed to return a result. Actually, I'm a little surprised here. This new leaf should have worked. Because at this point, result error, returning some or none. I see. Uh, if this fails, see, this should be a T ref, no, ref, spatial, a node. Should be that, but this we don't want. Should be an OK sum. Ooh, now we need to transpose that. That emoticon just looks so cool with Rosie the Riveter's headband on it. That is great. I'll see with his bandana. That's right. That's what we need. All right, now in this case, leaf here, we actually want to map this. Map error. No, just map it. Child and leaf. Because then we go from the OK type being a leaf to being a tuple, and then we can unwrap this. Oh, this needs to be a dot into with the sum. I hear some noise. Hey, Turbo Dave. Oh, this bandana. This here. This is a welding cap, actually. So, for those that don't know, welding caps, here, let's bring this up, have a short brim, kind of like umpire caps, right? But they're it's a welding cap. Fairly straightforward, fairly simple, but it's just enough. You used to work on a welder's plane back in the day. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. All right, we've got a type mismatch here because we need this to be a sum on the outside with a result inside of that. And that means that this here, yeah, should be a result of that. Okay. That should be a vector because we're going to peel that outer layer off. Oops, expected what? Let's say vector, incompatible times, expected struct vector, found that. That should be collecting into that. Yeah, there, collect. What are we missing? It's the type here, into. I mean, that should be a sum, right? Oh, it's got a variable. It's got a left-hand side. No wonder. There we go. What was that? Oh, all right. Let's try this again. This here, this leaf, equal to that, new leaf. We map it. I guess technically a leaf result. We return a sum leaf. Why do we not have a potential error here? I thought this was supposed to return an error. There. Result. Well, it's supposed to return a result. The map should change the OK variant, but not the error variant. Okay. All right, so that works there. And we have some sort of association between the two. I mean, maybe we should have like swap them left to right, something, because we're going to be looking it up by the left one. Let's just flip the comment. We'll have leaves on the left, child on the right. And now we have a vector of these, right? Right. There we go. Node on the left. And why am I doing this? Because down here, we're going to go through the nodes, and we'll have to know what the node is and and the ref at the same time. So, but we need that. I prefer not to allocate to do that, but I can't. I and we could split them. We could use indexes. Indexes might work. Just have two of them, two vectors. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, we're going to back up a little bit. So instead of a filter map, we are going to do a fold. And for this, we're going to pass in two arrays, two vectors. Okay. And we will have the children, and then the nodes, followed by the child. So we're going to accumulate the children into that array and fill the nodes. So on success, that's what we do. We can no longer deal with the results in here. Uh, okay, we'll be all right. Spec Godot. What are we doing here? Could not build a new leaf. I do not think that's the right style. I think we're supposed to be asking the children for their style. What's a good way to pass that data around? Let's say we did want to wrap um, style into some sort of resource. Guess we just define a resource. We'd have that as an internal value. But it's got to go to this, to variant from variant. So it could go, it could become an object, property on an object. Hmm. I don't know Godot that well for doing those sorts of things. All right, let's go back to where we were. Children, nodes, and style. Will return its results. This is going to be two vectors. So a child's supposed to be one of the variant array elements. Oh, is this like that? Okay, now it just wants to know the types of this, right? Can I find children in this scope? No, it's supposed to be right there. Fold. Yeah, init. Two arguments. Initial value and the closure. I mean, okay, yeah. So it should be two. This is my init. I had a tuple of vectors. I do not like how it's doing that wrap there. That is just disgusting. I'm gonna find children in this scope. That's a variable declaration. All right, the rest looks good. Iter. Oh shoot, there's a comma missing. Look at that. See, no comma. With comma. Because we need to return the same thing. Children and nodes. They can continue on. But we need to modify them. We will push child onto that. Push node onto there. They need to be mutable. Oops, where'd it go? That's what I'm listening to at the moment. Oh, it says leaf. What's a great way to get started with Rust? Um, do you have something that you want to make? Oh, you're new to programming, like new altogether? What's your background? What do you know? Actually, the lights on this are just a little off. There we go. Oh, I forgot. We're mapping. Don't need to do that. All right, I'll spare you the music for a minute. Okay, so that looks like it's working, but now the child nodes. What did we call that up here? Oh, the whole thing. Those are child nodes. It's a tuple. That's, I guess, the children and the nodes. Children, children nodes. Hmm, it's kind of gross. Not one, not 18, not 18. I mean, this should be whatever. This is the amount of space that we have available. Maybe we should set the max width and height. Background limited. A couple of books on computers and stuff, like computer architecture. Okay, cool. And do you want to get started with Rust? I would start with the book, actually. All right, start with a couple chapters in the book. If you install Rust, upgrading Rust, and tooling for other architectures, etc. Um, this is the API, which I use all the time. It's got some great searching, etc. At the top, you can search all sorts of stuff. But there are some more resources down below. Start with the additions guide. Creating a new project. No. Don't start with that one. That's the wrong one. Is it the Rust book here? No. Where's Oh, here. It's up here. Rust programming language. The book. So this is the same as on their website. Um, if you go to Rust Learn, I think. Is it Learn? Yes. So you have the book, you got the Rust links course, and Rust by example, which happens to be all downloaded if you install that stuff. Um, there's a lot more. It's not like a C++ standard library or something like that. You're not reading that sort of stuff. This is all very well like pointed. It's direct, and the different data types. Um, It shows you the different sorts of data types, etc. I would start reading the book and then go through the Rustling course or look at the Rust by examples if you have an idea of what you want to do. There's some other good ones, exorcism.io, some little challenges. So they have a Rust course on this, which I'll toss that into chat. Maybe. I might toss that into chat. Oh my goodness. Mouse is freaking out. Okay. There's that one. Then there's also like oh, what is that Christmas one that comes around every year? The Rust. No, 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 it's not Rust based. It's you can do it in any language. Um, it's not coming to me. Come on, somebody help me out. Um, the last one was like a Santa Claus one, or the one before that was Santa Claus. But there are some websites out there that have challenges. Yes, Advent of Code. Thank you, Original Ribbon. Thank you. Your problem is more to do with the finding the right mental model to use when you are programming. Like, what should you be thinking about? Um, well, that's a big question. All right. So Advent of Code, I think is a great thing to test out to do. My goodness, my mouse like accelerates crazy. Um, that depends on the level that you're programming. Like, are you targeting something that's kind of high level or like machine level, like really low, like low or high? Where's this clip? It clips like just above my head, doesn't it? Here it is to my chin. Um, because if you're targeting like embedded systems and things, your mental model is going to be slightly different. I It's going to be difficult to discuss without something in common here. Um, you're familiar with like computer architecture, um, but that doesn't directly translate into like how to program Rust. I I would start with a book, do some examples, things like that, and just build on it, right? Do a little bit every day, 20, 30 minutes every day, or like us, like 6 hours. Yeah. Actually, I'm probably going to grab lunch here in a bit. Oh, we have two things. Children nodes. We want to actually zip them together for this. That's going to need to be an iterator, and it's not an iterator. Yeah, I mean, thinking about that inputs and outputs, or excuse me, what you should be thinking about. For me, it's often where's the goal and what are the inputs? How do you get the inputs to the goal? How do you get that program to make the changes you want or display interesting stuff? So once we have the layout here, then we can actually apply it. Hold on a sec. I'm going to check something. Let's see. So that node gets laid out, and I think, what does layout want? Layout wants a node. It's already a ref. Okay. So we get the layout, but then we have to pass the layout to something. And you can see the order, size, and location. So we can pass these four values in. So why don't we do that? Let's call it Flexbox layout. X is going to be an F64, Y an F64 width and height. Height is calculated for this. This one's going to ignore that. Self dot set. Is it transform? Is it spatial transform? With respect to the parent node, okay. I think I want the translation. Yeah, kappa votes. Did you get what you needed out of that? Let us know if we need to be more specific here. Vector 3. Who defines vector 3? Is it Godot? Yeah, vector 3. And our z is going to be our current transform. Oh, maybe I should get the current translation. I think that's what it is. Translation. There's another way to do this that's a little cleaner. Come on. Oh, I see. Oh, oh, Flexbox, we're going to change this layout. Something like that. Uh, oh, that should be owner. Owner.translation. Self.layout. Get rid of that. How did I pick up Godot? Um, I actually started making stuff in it. So by the time I picked up Godot, I've been programming for a decade and a half. So I imagine that it's going to be different between how we do this. I mean, maybe like a decade and 3/4. So, so if you're trying to gain understanding with a technology stack, I would say, find a group like join our Discord, ask questions, right? Make an asteroids clone, right? Slowly build yourself up some sort of base, because each one of these you're going to learn about, transformations, and um, the further you get into it, the more you can take on, the more, I guess, crazy your projects can be. And like here, we're testing fonts in 3D space, so we can have cool little UIs in 3D. And we're trying to get a layout system working. But this was all just building up one step after the next after the next. And it's just great. It's kind of in terms of learning Rust and understanding Rust, trying out different things in Rust. That's one of my biggest goals here is to just practice using Rust. So I vaguely have a direction and I just run in it and I get better at it. When I get stuck, I ask questions. I mean, a lot of questions. So there's all sorts of stuff. Let's see, I'll show you. Like this is my Discord, right? Got all sorts of things. I contribute to Godot Rust now occasionally. Ask questions in Godot, specifically it's been a while, but the GD native area. Toast Eater here is I'd call it more of a lead on the GD native side of things at the moment. And then places where I ask Rust questions, and then other streams, Discords. Got Fist of the Forgotten with Jitsbo, CM Griffin. What's this one? Oh, yeah. This is he made that cool game. He's making that space game at the moment. Sparkle Party, that's Lana. So yeah, there's plenty of communities out there to ask questions in. Yeah. At the moment, you don't know Rust. Implement the guessing game from the book, right? It's first up in the book after installing. Just start there. And if all else fails, right, there are a lot of open source things you can contribute to. For example, we were looking at the Lyon crate. We use the Lyon crate, and they have issues. All of these crates have issues. Some are tagged as like help wanted, easy. Right? Now, depending on the crate and the experience of the maintainer, easy might mean medium to a beginner, right? Or even hard because you don't know much. So, but there's a lot of things like this out there. I mean, I learned macros to be able to help with the macros in GD Native. That's all in, learning Rust. One thing that I haven't done here is this. So it's like I almost want to call Flexbox sizing again, just because I know the implementation is going to do, well, this. I only really want this one line. But I'm concerned that this is going to get called twice in a row and have the same output. Ideally, we would know not to do this twice. See, this here is expensive. These two lines are expensive. If that hasn't changed, we shouldn't do it again. I guess layout here. It's a multi-line layout. It's got an optional height, but we actually have to call layout in order to get the heights. Which really, we could skip a lot of that. Just do the word wrap, skip this. Okay, there's room to make this faster if we need to. It'll just do that code twice for now. Now we were going to invoke Flexbox layout. We have to do that from somewhere. Wait, where's the other function? Ah, Flexbox sizing, there it is. And layout. See, our Flexbox sizing is kind of blah. We need some way to be able to say, set this thing's width and height. And maybe we just call Flexbox layout. Because in this case, there's nothing to do for this. The highest one, in this case, it would just return its width and height. Because inside of stretch, and I still didn't get this. Where is it? Node, measure function. The documentation here is abysmal. It really is bad. See, their example is super simple. Good, look at like, what is this? Do they have different documentation? All right, where do their docs live? There's their app. I mean, I'm guessing their docs just build this out. Written in Rust, documentation. Oh, optimized for mobile. Basics, okay. Oh, finally, documentation. Where have you been? I'm gonna adjust this. I'm gonna go into sitting mode. Getting my stool here and sit on that. Gotta crank the desk down. Almost there, almost there. A little bit more. There we go. Nodes are the core building blocks of a stretch layout tree. A node needs a style, which describes the flexbox properties for the node. By adding nodes as children to a parent node, we create a tree. Nodes can be mutated, and stretch will automatically recompute only the subtrees which have changed. Let's see. That's if we're keeping it. This is incredibly powerful if you have a large node tree, perhaps representing the UI of an app, and only need to change the height of a single element. Okay. Create a new node with children or an empty list. Create a new leaf node. This is a node without children, which knows how to measure its own intrinsic size. Images and text. Great. Okay. Set the measure function on a node. This function will be called on leaf nodes to resolve the intrinsic size of the node given a set of constraints. Is the children of an existing node. I wish there was a better way for us to associate the two. Okay, lots of different things. Returns the number of children associated, updates the style of a node, etc., etc. Marks a dirty node dirty. Computes a layout of a given node of a node tree given a size. If you don't need this, size of the viewport, right? Okay. To to retry the resulting layout of a node in the tree pass the node to stretch layout. Hmm. Ah, yes, that was yesterday. Yesterday we found this Flexbox crate called Stretch. Style, yes. We've got style, yes. All of these. Is it going to go through each one of those? Okay, let's keep going. I want more on the measure. Tell me more about the measure function, please. Layout, number, geometry. Yeah, we've seen all that. We've looked at each one of those in depth. What I want to know is what that silly measure function is supposed to. No, 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 it was stretch yesterday. Yeah, it was stretch. All right. So the sizing is going to be called by the measure function. Now, if we have a flex box inside of a flex box, how's this going to work? It's going to give us our size, and then we have to call layout self. But layout's going to have to return something. We'll give it owner, but layout. It's actually returning a result. We could return F64s here for width and height. And then at the end, we know what our size is, because that's this one. What was it? Layout dot size dot width and height. Oh, this is, yeah, we didn't update this. So when we are told this is your layout for the Flexbox, we'll go ahead and do the translation. That's fine. Let's set our space, our position in space. All right. The Flexbox itself should not need to call layout again. No, it does, because setting this sets its, I guess its position. But position here isn't the same thing. CSS position relative and absolute here. Like if we look at these values, we can have 4 values there. They can be of that format. And actually that format's wrong. It shouldn't be PX there. There. You know what? I'm just going to have this as meters and this is percent. A rectangle isn't that way though. It's top, top, end, bottom, start. Anyhow, because we have position in here, is like that. We look at, oh, that's a register function. After the register function, we have style. If we look at position, it's a rectangle. Rectangle, start, end, top, and bottom. Oh, oh, I see. So you can say like bottom 3 pixels or whatever. I get it. Okay, let's undo that. Top right, bottom left. Okay, that has nothing to do with our XY width and height. Because, that. Where do we record that? Where do we set that? Self.layout. Feels like we should be setting those to some value in the Flexbox, but I'm not sure what it is. It could be the width and height, like self width. No. Size. Oops, wrong one. Size dot. Oh, hold on a sec. Ah, the job of a parent. Oh, that's right. Hmm. All right, let's do it the other way. Solve that. What is dimension again? What are the variants? Points. Points. How happy am I with it? I am very happy with it. Um, I've been told at work that I sound better than the other remote employees. This is also one of the older ones, um, and it happened to be a gift from work. They're like, "Hey, we're taking away your offices, and you get to work in an open space. But don't worry, we're going to gift you some headsets." Well, headset lasted longer than the gig did. Oh, so let's say, oh my goodness, just actually, wasn't that one that was showing? Which one is this? The sticker is worn. Um, it's not an on the ear, it's an over the ear one. See, this one's an on the ear one. I don't prefer those. They're probably okay for certain people. And I don't really care for wireless things. Wow. I mean, I'm guessing it's like this is the modern version of it. The Sennheiser. Yeah, I've got a pair of Bose. They actually gifted us two different kinds of headsets. Um, the Bose ones and the Jabra ones. And I wear the Jabra ones. I've traveled with them, these versus the Bose. Aircraft, takeoff, I always wear these. So much better. But again, I have no idea what the version, like the dollars. Yeah, well, these are the ones. Yeah, these have been worn pretty well. I actually need to reinforce the cable because where it plugs into this little gem, it's getting a little frayed there. It's starting to get beat up. So I'll probably just put some heat, like a heat shrinking tubing on that, just to reinforce it a little bit. Because I have stood up and walked away, not realizing that these were still on, and I I damage it, the kids damage it. Yeah, active noise canceling. All right, so we got that layout. Oh, I got one of those fancy Sony wireless ANC headphones, but the mic on it picks up all the background noise in a 2 mile radius. Ooh, oh, that's rough. That's rough. Children and nodes. You can tell. Been typing for a long time today. Oh, I didn't see the premium UC headset ROI calculator. Oh, wow. So this is 300. ROI in 2 years. Let's say there were 300 employees. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I had not seen that. Oh, that surprised me. All right, back to work. Expected that. Converting between these Godot and stretch. And apply it. Come on, come on, come on. Uh-oh. Cancel. So we have size and location. X and Y, okay. Just double checking. You never know. Wow. What's about a foot long and slippery? A slipper. I will. The children thank you for that. I can tell you right now, they are going to love that joke. We have no result from this. A man finds a penguin at his doorstep. His friends tell him to take it to the zoo. Later that day, they see him walking down the street while still carrying the penguin. They ask him, "Weren't you going to take it to the zoo?" The man said, "I did. I'm taking it to the movies." Oh, that's brilliant. Who knows? This might work. No, wrong one. Cargo build. There we go. This song just went a little too Kenny G for me. That's definitely a ballad. Okay, let's go in disco. Oh, good. Okay, so that built. A penguin is driving through the desert when his car starts to overheat. Actor flies. Looks like you blew a seal. Penguin wipes his face and says, "Oh no, it's just a little ice cream." Oh, what have you done? The broadcast is dirty now. Yeah, we should definitely do a mature version of the stream. There's a lot more jokes. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's Gotham, but they're upside down. They're so upside down. Oh, look at that. Now, what I want to see is, and here we have the third box with a lot of text in it. Hopefully, it will push the others out of the way. Okay, let's just change something. I think I have to actually kick the flexbox bits to have this do something. Let's say flex, none, flex, yes, flex. No? Did you crash flexbox? The top one? It takes a moment. There's a delay when it does that. The size is set 10 by 10. What do you get when you cross a scientist with a chimpanzee? A strongly worded letter from the ethics department. Oh, that's great. That's great. All right. I am going to take a break. So let's see. We're going to set this up. Lunch break. I've been doing this a while now. I do need a decent break, so I'm going to take some time, probably about 45 minutes. Then I'll be back. So and we'll be back at it. You know what? I'm going to stop the recording and upload that. But I'll keep the stream going. Just put this in two parts. You know what? Well, before we get too far, I'm going to start the upload. Basically, I wanted to have the archives. Let's see. Because I tossed the archives up onto YouTube, and I think I'm not going to use the export anymore because I get the drops every now and then. Let's see. Except I don't know where OBS is putting this file. Where did it put the file? Settings. Is it still like calculating the value? The cancel. Oh, there it is. 6.8 gigabytes. Okay. Last one for the road. All right. When I gave my dad his 50th birthday card, he said one would have been enough. That's a good one. And I should set up a little timer. Sorry, just getting that export going. What's my uploads like at the moment? Hopefully it spikes, because I know the satellites kind of move around a bit. Well, they move around a lot. Currently at 19, almost 20 megabit per second upload. All right. We're going to switch scenes, and I am going to get to lunch. So we'll see you in a bit. And then what we're going to do is try to wire this up, and then once the sizing of these is correct, we're going to add the borders back to them. So, all right, till then, see you soon. And we're back. Well, I was trying to upload that video to Google. It says that it's got an hour left, which makes sense. It's huge, but I think they're doing something hmm, uninvited for the upload. I think they're running some sort of transcoding on the file as it's being uploaded, like in Chrome. Because as soon as I started to upload it, my CPU usage went through the roof. We're going to see if that affects anything. If it is affecting things, we're going to bump it. Oh, let's see. I left. Huh, there we go. Yeah, I think I'm dropping a lot of frames here because of that. That's too bad. I'm going to close and kill the tab. All right, should be better. Is OBS happy now? Are you happy, OBS? OBS seems much happier. Go figure. Silly Google. I was uploading a TS file. Maybe I should have transcoded that beforehand. I don't know, what is YouTube upload file format? Oh, interesting. That's just regular high CPU usage. Hmm. Oh well, let's get back. Just gonna check something and done. Okay. Now how do we do this? Got a lot of these going on. I have a feeling that when we actually ran it earlier, that there was a lot going on. Um, Oh, you know what? All right. There we go. All right. So changing these seems to take a bit of time. So if I change this to, let's say, 2, that one actually didn't feel like it was laggy. Oh, did it? What did it change? Okay, so first off, it's going the wrong direction. Let's fix that. Almost there. Here. I'll just invert that one. Go to another build. I'm gonna adjust this a little bit. A little better. All right, part 2. Let's get this set up right. So if let's clicked the sign of that other element, it looks like these are each, I don't know, 5. Oh, interesting. Method call failed with error. Borrow failed. Mutable reference was requested, but one already exists. Reentrant call. Okay. Yes. Oh, interesting. So where would that happen? So we could either call deferred, which I'd prefer not to do in this case. All right, but what did we get at the end? Order 4, 3. So it's width, each one of these widths is 30. Heights are 3. Why is the height 3 on those? Flex sizing. I think it's coming through here. Maybe we should add some logging. Oh, we are getting the translation correct. At least it looks correct to me. Let's rotate this so we can see it from above. And then we get the grid and we can measure. Yeah, you can see there are three. One, two, three. In terms of getting the game running, it's going to be whatever the logic error is, and then getting the borders back on there. So each one of these is looking pretty good. All right. We've gone from hot tea to cold beer. Hmm. Such a versatile insulative container. Insulating container? Let's keep going. How are you and how's your Friday? Hope you're all doing well. All right. Let's go look at the text item. Well, why is it getting this other error, the reancient one? Flexbox 452. So that calls self layout. But which piece is it? Check module level documentation on this for more information. Let's obey the errors. Somebody spent time on that. I just don't think that we should be getting this multiple times. I want to know where this call is being made in that function. All right, let's add some debugging. Just some light stuff, DBGs, just so we get line numbers. There. Just gonna drop them in there. We'll give it a test.
All right, 664, 668. There and there. Oh, is it whoever's calling this function? Because, I mean, we just went through that entire function. So it's the caller. Yeah. And what's the first one? The first one that we see in here is 572. So we see this one, 624 and then 608. I think it's because, I don't know. Let me think through this. We have different nodes keeping references now, right? At least for a short period of time. And as we go through this, I mean, pretending that this is the one that's doing it, we have a subtle hint here. That's set at 452, sorry, 542? No, 452. Oh, that's a different place. So whoever's calling FlexFox layout, it's only done in one place here. And that calls layout, but it should only interact with the children of self. Is it because of that funky cast? Wherever that went. I think we deleted it actually. Maybe. Let's check the source. Nothing. No. Let's just do this. This one's likely on one line. That's it. So where can this borrow fail to get thrown? Here, try borrow. That's in map. Map and map mute. Is that the only place? Yes, that is. So what are we calling map? We're calling map inside of invoke. Where is it? Here. I wonder which one. And it doesn't feel like it's panicking, right? It's just dying. So that air is getting returned somewhere, and then it's getting dumped out. We don't know where. It could be inside of invoke. These. I think that invoke does a map. No? That that function isn't actually the Rust call function. This is a different call function. It's not that one. Rust analyzer is confused. It's going to be next to the call deferred. just something. Oh wow, the Starlink bits. Okay, let's see where it dies. That we'll probably want to add a stack trace to. What, nothing? It didn't die. Oh. If that's not the location. I mean, we've got that one. That's the definition. Reference here. We should panic. That should be panicking. Same with this one. Panic. And this is where it's displaying. So it got past the panic. Straight to this. I don't believe you. Am I not patching GD? Native. I'm not. Okay, this is going to take it a minute. That's why I was so quick earlier. We got some funk going on while we're waiting. All right, well, we can look at the code while we're doing this. Let's close some of these. Those are the macros. Here's the registration function. I'll skip that. So we do have this add parent to container, and that will signal to the parent that it needs to do something, which then comes back down to the child. Oh, interesting. I wonder if that's the issue. Because what ends up happening is that we get this entry entered called, okay, and then we see if the parent has that method, and we invoke that method, and then it comes back around and asks us questions. Specifically, it'll ask the sizing. It'll call this, which is mutable because of that, and then it'll call Flexbox layout, which is also mutable. And I wonder if it's that where the child pings the parent, and then the parent comes back around and asks the child, is is that first function mutable? No. I mean, this one's not mutable, so it shouldn't care. Uh, well, the error said it was one already existed. Borrow failed. Exclusive reference was requested, but one already exists. All right. Yeah, I don't see it here. I don't see how this would do it because this is not an exclusive reference. Although it is a reference. And exclusive references are exclusive. So now let's go back up and come back down. Maybe not so good because we already have the shared reference on self. Then it comes back down here to Flexbox sizing. Hmm. Internet has settled a little bit. Strange, I have a little cut on my hand. Sorry, oh, family things came up. Okay. Ah, it's done. Oh no, let's see. Call to unsafe function. Wait, why? We didn't change any of that. Yeah, we get the unreachable expressions, right? Because the panic happens first. Down here, this. We have not changed this file. Is this a nightly thing? Call to unsafe function is unsafe and requires unsafe function or block. Is ready unsafe still? Yeah, it's not listed here. It's all right. Strange. That is quite strange. Oh, look, it panicked right there. Ah, but we're catching the panic. Let's see. Can we set the backtrace? Let's see the backtrace. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more in the backtrace with that. I don't know if we will. Ah, we do. Fantastic. All right, try borrow. Result map error. What? Okay, fine, fine. Register this method. Wait, where's my code? Here's one. Here's another. One more time. Ah, so much better. Full backtrace. Okay, there. So this is in some sort of method wrapper. But where was it before that? So yeah, it's going through call. So I'm guessing it's exactly what we thought it was. Um, the object is calling up, and then we're calling back down. I was hoping to see a little bit more here, but I don't see it. On tree entered. Here's one. So yeah, the tree gets entered. Something there. Okay, so if that's the case, how do we fix this? Um, we could call deferred, right? That's always one way. We could make it so that layout doesn't need exclusive reference. Why don't we just defer the call to layout? So here, invoke deferred on that, because self should still exist. If we look at Godot here, oops, let's close down Godot. Oh, do I have the terminal frozen? Yes, I do. On tree exiting should do the same thing. I think it was outputting a lot of text. Okay, we should probably kill off some of these DBG statements. That's why everything's the wrong size. Ah, what is result here? This is a variant. It's a tuple. So we should be able to say let, no, where's variant? To array. I think it's going to be this. All right. Now, if that's a float 32 array, that's a typed array. That's there's a couple versions of that. Sorry, does this have index? Doesn't look like it. Export, extend. Yeah. So we have to use get. Borrow of moved value. Of course. I still want to see those. All right. Oh, thread. Oh, wow. Look at that. With height, we have a height of 6 now. And why is this? First box. It just says first box. This is the second box. Okay. Where are the others? Oh, way down there. Why are they so far down? Okay, what is the value that's being returned? Layout. Just too much. I mean, here the width is 30. Here the width is 0. What does that mean? Height 36. Morning, Commander Thrashton. Afternoon, Commander Thrashton. So if I say this is width 5 meters. Oh, height 10 meters. Things start to show up a little closer. It's illegal to have this much of a mustache. Well, I trimmed it a little bit a week ago. All right, so what's going on here? Order 400. Looking at the orders. See, like, why is this one? I thought I changed that to like 10. Why is that the same value? These should be separate instances. They should have separate values. If we change this one to, let's say, 6, 5, 5, okay. And if we switch it right to left, inherit, just kicking it really. Okay, that did not change. Was it coincidence? Hmm. There's row. Yeah, it's just not getting any width passed into the text element. Okay, let's work backwards from the text element. Controls text. Hulk Hogan. Barely found his name. Oh man, I grew up watching Hulk Hogan. Man, that that's a flashback. Yeah, his stash is different. He's got a different one, and it's always been the same, forever and ever. Yeah, but yeah, we got we take off my sweater. Be right back. All right, and we're back. Hulk Hogan and Walter White. Oh, goodness. Going to look into the Flexbox sizing. It's inside of here. That's just called layout. It should just do it. Okay. Here, this width and height. I wonder if this is because it's not getting a default size. Like on the outside of this. Here. Yeah, and that style's not right. I'm not sure how to serialize that yet. Style object. Because it's not going to be anything that Godot has to present or even reason about. It just has to pass it through. All right. So now we should be able to set the width and height on the outermost one. Found dimension, expected. Oh. I think this is challenging because we should be able to set the width and height. And at this point, we're getting a dimension. But this should be fixed on the topmost one. And then it should get passed down, should get populated. So if we come into here and just look at one element, just anything, give me a box. There's a box. This is just size, right? So width, that could be like 5 pixels, whatever, and then height, 10 pixels. But really, this whole window has it defined by the come on, size of the body. or the window. Then if we look at layout, it's got a width and a height here, and it's actually something. And I'm wondering, is this the same width and height that we have in here, style.size? Oh, you know what? They went over each one of the style elements. Oh, am I getting a call? Just a moment. All right. See, I want to know what this one is. Here. Size property specifies the size of the node's current area. All right, so we need some sort of external size here. And while we could provide that, I think it'd be better to calculate that. So maybe create another type of thing. What was I going to call that? I was going to call that like window or screen. Screen, I think it was. There's our list from before. We have the window resizing set up. So let's set up the add and remove child bits. On child added, on child removed. I don't think this is going to do the same thing, but function. Now this is going to get the children and just call a function and provide a value. Just something really simple. And in here, come on, fingers. There we go. It's called after set. Okay. So we're just going to call Flexbox layout everything that it has within it. We're going to give it 0, 0. This is less of a map and more of a for each. So that child has to become that other type. All right. All right. So in here, we definitely set this to points. And then, on, jump too far. Here, when we're computing the layout for the Flexbox element itself, we have to give it a size. This is just self.style.size. There. What? Oh, number versus dimension. Huh. I mean, it almost feels like we need to have size as some other value. like its constrained size. Not like a property related to Flexbox, but its actual value of like what its dimensions are. So I feel like I'm conflating the two because you could set width and height and all that stuff. You can set width to auto, undefined, pixels percent for an element, but that doesn't translate to being able to compute its space. Then it feels like this thing was meant to be nested in itself, and I'm doing that incorrectly. Yeah, I've got all of these properties, so many properties. You know what? We've got it on the other one already. Width and height are 30. Yeah, see that's bothersome. Yeah, like see that didn't affect it. Size. See now this is 510. Why why is everything 510? That doesn't change anything else there, does it? No crashes? No. Oh, well, we didn't set up screen here. Let's make sure we got something set up. Cancel. Native, yes, yes. Gonna close that and reopen it. Oh, it just paused. I have a feeling like something is getting translated wrong, like some sort of undefined becoming a number, like a float becomes NaN or something. Now we're just gonna print out what's going on just for the text. See what it's getting set to. Hey, well, that's building. Toast Eater just has a draft PR for minimal async await functions. Async methods. Oops, sorry. Async methods can only be registered manually using build method. Only local spawners are supported due to issues with thread safety. All right, so this is how you would register an async method. See, he's going pretty high up in this. That's from this. So we were getting undefined and zeros. All right, maybe we'll hold on. What was that? Did that not build earlier? Oh, no, no, it's wrong terminal. Okay, fine, fine. All right, we need a way to better represent this across boundaries. So let's come up with something that lets us pass one of these. How are we going to pass one of these? And when I say these, I mean one of these um, size objects. So this size object has a number type. Let's see, is there another way to do this? Its number's just two variants. Okay, two variant from variant on that. I don't think that works. Come on, Vim. How do we want to encode this? We could encode this as data. Let's close this. A byte array. Just serialize it. Let's forget. 5 can be converted to a variant. Structures. Okay. have to be variants to fit in there. We could just send a variant array. Why can't this be an object? Because if this were to represent an object, it'd be a little easier. We might not have to expose the internal workings of it. So if we did resource instead, and I know I've done this before, no constructor. Now we have to register this. We shall add our horrible, horrible name. Add the tool class, close that. Now we can take this object. Oh yeah, okay. Should be copied though. All right, so now we have that. Now we can shove one of these size things in it, say to variant, pass it across, and pull it out the other side. Maybe. All right, so where was that? That was in layout. Here? Ah, here. Size number, size. Two. I'll go to variant. How do I do that? I think I need an instance though. Okay, so we could do that. Instance in place. Peak though. And once we have one of these, we go to variant on it, or even owned to variant. Then we can get rid of those and that. Pass in the variant in here. Wow. Okay, so that might have worked. What? So in Flexbox sizing, on Flexbox, we didn't actually use the width and height? Oh, from variant should be implemented for a size number. Oh, hold on. As variant is not represented? Oh, interesting. No. To variant from variant? No. Or the base class of T is reference counted. All native scripts extending resource have reference counter basically. Oh, interesting. So if that's reference counted, because we're extending from resource, I don't want to have any properties, nothing for the UI, nothing for Godot. This is just a message type. Size number as variant. Yeah, that's sealed. I mean, instance, maybe I'm thinking too hard about this. Get rid of that. Let's go back to layout, because instance here, methods, probably not. I don't think we have a no methods. We have methods. We might add something to that. Size number, singular. Very slowly chipping away at this. So if we say that's a variant, size that to, yeah, there isn't anything on here. Type annotations needed. That's fine. The size is going to be equal to that. But what is size? Size is a, how do we declare this as an instance of t? Yes. Technically that should be shared, but it could be unique. That's only if we know how it's coming through. So if we say from variant, yeah, shared, shared. That's an interesting way to set this up, because then you have this value. Hmm. Oh, I wonder how much overhead there is in this. All right, now that's unused. So what are we going to do with that? Um, Now we have the size. Maybe we just call it size now. Yeah, let's get rid of width and height for now on Flexbox. I'm going to say that we do have a size though. That's going to be a size number type. And then inside of layout, we're going to compute the layout. We'll use this here, self.size. All right. I think it's hoping that it's an F32, but who knows what it really is. Actually, if yes, so based on this, thank you, Russ, for making us consider this. Just build the match arms, please, Russ. Whatever. Ah, size 0 dot width. Sometimes I get frustrated at Rust, well, at the tools, but it's usually because I'm wrong. Because this type is going to be number type, because size number has size, width number. Number is defined or undefined. Oops, wrong button. So if the width is undefined, that means that you can have everything on one line and it just goes on and on and on forever. In which case, we will say that our height is one of two things. If self dot, is it text? What's the type on that? It's optional string. Okay. If let sum text is equal to self dot text, then we do one thing, else it's going to be 0. We'll bail early on that one just because it's cheaper to compute. And then here for defined, same thing there. Now if it's undefined, in this case we also know what it is. This is going to be, the width is 0 dot 0. Actually, we don't know what the width is, do we? So we could give it some unreasonably large width here. These are F64s, max. All right, so our width in meters is a very large number, potentially. Layout, then we get the width and the height. However, this width should be more precise. Do we have what our maximum width is? Oh, we did. Where's our loop? Oh, shoot, it's in layout, isn't it? What type is layout? Multi-line layout? Where are you? Multi-line layout. Thank you. What's in text layout? Of course. So after we go through and we lay everything out, we need to know what the maximum line width was. All right. It's going to be the character width. Okay. Why do we have this? Do we have the glyphs? I can get close with this, but not knowing the have to deal with an email real quick. Okay, because we don't know what the width of the glyph was. We can probably get it. And what if you have two lines that are really close, but one of them, the glyph is just a little wider than the other? See, I basically want two versions of this. One that doesn't do any of this. Right, one without the hash map lookups, all that. Yeah, we need a different version of this. All right, we're going to undo some of this. Gonna leave width on there because we'll need that. But when we go back to text here, All right. And I want to pass the width in on this line width here. What is scale? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Because these things are gigantic. Oh, I see why it was getting different values because it wasn't doing the whole thing. We do not want to do anything that affects the UI though. So this width in meters, we're going to pass that in. That's going to be ours. I think this is rather cheap, as long as the text hasn't changed. That could be expensive. All right, what else do we not need? Layout. We need to call something else. What do we need color for? Basically, we need some sort of cache. We need to say, don't update these if your values have not changed. It's going to be the text, color, and I think the size. Because actually, size might be okay. If they're the same, we just return. Otherwise, we swap them out. So if that, oh, that's a string now. Yeah, that's the wrong kind. We can call that as much as we want as long as the settings are the same. It'll bail early. Basically done the trade-off for the cost of an allocation. It's more memory. And what could we have used instead? What about cows? We could use a cow there. Missing lifetime specifier. Yeah, see, I don't want to do that. Not this time. All right, close that. Let's go back to text. Okay, now I can call update. New measure. Now this width, line width as blah, blah, blah. See, we don't want to use the width in meters here. Let's get rid of that one. And we are going to use this width here. F64 to F32. And we call this wrap with positions. And we have the positions here. Now we do not have to go through layout to get these values that we want. Let's say we did layout sizing, right? And we didn't do update anything. Then the height's going to have to come from the result of this, the width and the height. Now for the trimmed down version. Happens even if we're not in the tree. Scale. Wait. No, 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 no. Not this. Be in render state. Layout, text layout, multi-line layout. Oh, it's in text layout, not render state. Okay. What did we call it? Layout sizing. All right, layout sizing. It's basically a chopped up version of this one. We are not going to be setting the character translations. We do not need to create that. Max line we will keep. That's fine. We do not need to get the chars entry. Okay, so now if we have a character, now we have to look at the character and know its width. Ugh. It's going to be the offset plus what the character width is. So we need to get the font. I mean, it might be faster if we just look at the glyph, but we don't have the glyphs here. Maybe we pass them in? Is that in render state? Glyphs is. Yeah. We just give it a horizontal advance. What? Oh, F32 versus F64. I think we just want the script. We could map, but I don't think we want that. What's private? Um, okay, that section should work. This here's a little bit of a mess. It's not very dry. The other layout thing is identical to this, almost. Okay. Can we just skip that whole section? Maybe. I did that backwards, didn't I? That goes there. Okay. That's actually a CH there. Yeah. What does font face have on it? That has a number of things. Line gap, ascender, glyph index. All right. We do not need to replace the max width on this. We could cache it, clear it out. If the text changes, it starts to become a little ball. Hide, and then take hide out of this one. Lift. Okay. Horizontal advance. Oh, can't add U16 to U32. That's right. I don't think OBS is having a fun day today. 5 annotations. Okay. All right. Now that is layout sizing. Yeah. Got rid of that. Okay. Default's not satisfied for that? Really? There's size, stretch, geometry. Yeah, no default on it. Why not? Huh. Was not expecting that, of all things, to stop us. What does style do for that? They don't have a size number, just size dimension. But there for size, they do have a default. Hmm, I don't see it. Maybe it's because of dimension. Ah, default for rect dimension, size dimension. There it is. But not size number. I guess. How are you supposed to know, right? What the right thing is for that? Okay, trying to rewind a little bit. Oh, someone's gone all barky bark. Nada. All right, where were we? Type annotations needed. For what? This? It wasn't saved. Who knows? All right. When the FlexFlex sizing, FlexFlex layout. I need that line. Maybe those two. Getting tired. See, I don't think that's correct. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not correct. Um, text layout. No, it's not in there. It's in here. But where? Oh, here. All right. What is layout supposed to be? Layout. It's off. Okay, multi-line layout off of self. All right. Okay, that's fine for that. But here for flexbox sizing, I do not think we need to modify self. The only thing that modifies self is, I think there's one little piece here to replace. Oh, why is it expecting to be, was it not saved? Maybe I forgot to save one. Oh, render state here. Why, why does render state need to be mutable? I'm not even using it here. Positions, yes. Line height, yes. Yeah, that solves that. We get rid of the render state. Positions, that's an iterator, so it needs to be mutable. Okay. Oops. No, 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 no. Go back to my error list. Top one. Unsatisfy, yada yada. Because it doesn't know what self is. Okay. But that's not the way to do that one. Do we have to assign this to a local to be able to do that? Because we basically have to define what the result is here, but it's not generic on the left. It's instance. Do that, toss that on there. Instance is there into script, fine. And we can give it instance size number there. That should propagate through for the types. Oh, two types. Shared. Hmm. Local cell data. Yes, yes, yes. Script has zero. That's really all we want back. Does it have to be a result? I don't remember. Oh, no, no, no. I want to see the type here. Returns a U. Okay, and then I, um, but a straight bounce, we're not satisfied. I thought instance had map on it. It does. There's map. And it has it as long as That's safe to deref. And what does assume safe do on this? Gives you a ref instance. This feels very weird to have to do this. Type mismatch. Oh, should be borrowed. Oh, that's not spatial. That's a resource. That's right. I've been dealing with spatial and node for so long, I forgot about resource. Chris, don't miss. Wait, like how the info error or autocomplete window pops up when I type? Yeah, I'm not. Those little windows are actually part of like that. There, I have to hit Shift K to get these, and then if I use right square bracket G, I can jump to the next errors. And those are just like little pop-ups, but they come out of COC. So I'm using NeoVim with COC. Cabinet over there. Okay, poor thing. Almost jumped. Oh, but that means I need to adjust. Why is that an error? An error here? Why is this call commented out? Oh, no, that's just the error, the editor. Okay, size number, and in this case, this will be width number is undefined. expected a semicolon. Why? Get our turbofish on. There we go. Is that going to do it? I'm going to preemptively start that. Oh, no, I missed. Mismatch type. Yes, we figured this out in text. Let's go back and grab that out of text here. No, no, no. What? Come on. Go back. Flexbox. Yeah. Instead of that, the other one. What does it think? That's size number, and this is size number. Should work. All just to be able to pass that size as a variant. That that was a lot of work. That's a lot of work. I mean that's a ton of boilerplate. Sure. Owner's not used. Let's go touch up the other one. What's it say? Oh, text is unused. Um, yes. That's okay. And in this case, this should be an if is some. Ah, good. Cannot move out of last update text. We don't want to move out of it. As just borrows it. Oh, map takes self. I mean, really? What else do we need there? There's so many types floating around in my head right now. We've got the Leon types, stretch types. What? There? File wasn't saved. Let's try again. So do y'all have any weekend plans? There it is. We were expecting that. Now we have to adjust this, which means that where we call this from, or was it not there, here, this self layout, that needs to be mutable. All right, let's write that. All of them. Oh, I might have a little bit of T left. It's pouring out the T. Hopefully we get more than just zeros and NANs now. Let's see. Is now we're actually passing the object through, so we can more intelligently choose what to use from it. Come on, where's the cursor? Ah, here. Oh, look at that. We've got text the correct way. So the width on all of these is 30. Ah, error calling deferred method. On child added. Method not found. Okay, we'll have to fix that later. However, this grid over here on the right is in meters. Front view. No, top view. My mistake. This is the Godot game engine. And we are going to adjust the width here. So this is 5. Oh, no, no, not the height. Let's say the It did not wrap at 5. Is this set to 30 somehow? CSS. Yeah, 30, 30. All right, well, let's say this is supposed to be adjusted a different way. We're not supposed to be using that value for sizing this. Yeah, see, we can do 5 meters, 10 meters. Display, none. Display flex. 56. It's not quite updating right. Now, I do not want these things to be quite the way they are. I basically have two questions. Um, One is whether or not the entire scene should be using one Flexbox instance. I'll have to think on that. The other one, um, it still seems to be slow. And then I don't know exactly why that is. Let's go ahead and save that. So the first thing we should do, go and see, what was that error? Yeah, screen, on child added, method not found. Really? It's right there. That would have been called from one of the child objects. I mean, it should have been created by then. Ah, signal. Yes, we want that. Hmm. Because when the child gets added to the scene tray, it's going to try to call its parent and let it know. And in this case, scene is the parent. Yeah, I don't know why this doesn't. Shouldn't it already have that script attached to it? Spatial, screen, GDNS. Oh, lib. Screen's here, but not here. That's why. Give that a sort. Now we have screen and screen. Oh, same thing. Why? Try again. Maybe it didn't get the DLL, the shared library. Oh, that's different. Constructor panicked. Screen should have a scene tray. Yes, yes, yes. Let's rename this. Mm, not the best, but better than it was. So we need to call this from screen. Hey, someone 509. Yes, we are still going. Still, still streaming. Just getting closer, one line at a time. I still don't have the borders rendering again for the flex boxes, so that's an issue. Um, then I'm not sure whether or not the audio sounds weird. Really? Oh, no wonder. I'm gonna take a listen. Just a minute. You're the first one that said anything too. Let's see. I'm not getting the audio. Maybe that's a problem. Built-in speakers. Okay, over there. That should be fine. It's like stuttering with echo. Okay. Oh, fancy. I'm going to cycle the stream. All right. Let me. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. I really think that's all Starlink either. All right. Here we go. I'm going to stop this. Does it still sound bad? Because I'm still getting really high dropped packet counts. And I imagine that's a big reason for this to be bad. Let me reset the stats. Webcam stream. Yes, Final Spartan. Welcome. Welcome. Now it's back to weird audio. Hey, I'm going to hit stop and start stream on Twitch. So give me just a minute. I mean, it could be. I mean, if we look, yeah, the bottom graph is the signal to noise ratio, and you can see that it drops off occasionally. So I need some other sort of buffer between me and Twitch. Out there. I just haven't investigated how to do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight or this weekend. Audio's good now. All right, won't touch it. Oh, look. Okay, so we fixed that one issue, and the width changed. Why did it go from that to that? Oh, because the width is 5 here. It fell apart again. All right. Well, you guys, I'm at 11 hours in. I think I'm going to stop soon. Um, my wife is cheering in the background. But thank you for coming and hanging out with me. I appreciate it. But I think I'm going to investigate getting kind of a little box in the middle between me and Twitch. So it's like me, Twitch, it's over here, and then some box in the middle. And it's RTMP from that box. So I'll investigate that.